Hello, 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 hello. It is Thursday. Another Thursday, another stream, of course. Today, actually, it's gonna be a special day. Because today, we're gonna have some more time. In Germany, I don't know if it's the same in other countries as well. But in Germany, at least, we have a holiday tomorrow. Which means that we can make this stream a little bit longer today. So that's what I'm planning to do. So it'll probably be like, I would say, yeah, I don't even know, maybe like an hour, maybe 2 hours more. Which means we have more time to work on the current long-term project. Maybe we can even finish it this week. Who knows? We have still 2 days left. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think so. I think we have to still do some fine-tuning, but we're definitely going to have enough time to finish the whole thing. That I'm confident of. Let me quickly go over what we're going to do today. You can see what the main topic is today. Creating custom textures in Blender. Of course, in relation to the current long-term project, the MSI Creator Award Submission, which the deadline is the end of this month. So we should still have some time left. I think we're now at roughly, I would say, yeah, I would say like 80% done. Maybe we'll do some lighting changes. Maybe we'll do some. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need some more like materials. We still have to create most of them. We've yesterday finished the marble material. I wanted to do a few more adjustments, and then I think it's done. I didn't like the damaged parts that I sculpted in. Still look too smooth. So either what we're gonna do, we're gonna add more subdivisions to put in to sculpt in some more detail, or the other option would be to create masks to use some textures to make it more rough, I guess. So yeah, that's what we're going to do today. But of course, it is another day, another quick sketch meeting. Before we start with that, of course, we're going to go over what we're going to do today. Ooh, hello. So, okay, of course, I already spoiled both topics that we're going to cover today. But the first one it's going to be a 30-minute quick sketch. I'm going to take 30 minutes to make a quick sketch just to like warm up, get ready for today's long-term project, I guess, or yeah, just to warm up for the stream. And then afterwards, of course, yeah, so overall the 30-minute quick sketch will roughly take 40 to 50 minutes because we're going to do some post-production afterwards in Photoshop and in Blender as well, including the render, of course, as well. So the render takes quite a while sometimes, so that could maybe boost or bump up the time that it takes us to finish the whole thing a little bit more, but it shouldn't be too bad. And then afterwards we will go over to Blender and we're gonna continue working on the MSI Creator Award Submission, our MSI Creator Award Submission. We finished the model last week. This week we started creating shaders or materials and lighting for the final shot. Yesterday we almost finished the marble material. I wanted to do a few more changes, as I said before. Today, yeah, I want to do a few changes to the shader, add maybe a little bit more detail, just a few fine details that I think can still enhance the overall look. And then we're gonna go over to the mechanical parts. Everything else is basically done. Maybe we also adapt the marble shader to the cloth part, because the cloth part is still a sculpt. with no real topology, just like a sculpt. So we probably have to adapt the shader to that as well, which shouldn't take too long, hopefully. Maybe we just have to change the scale. We'll have to see. And then yeah, we can go over to the mechanical parts. I think I'm gonna do three materials for the skeleton, or the overall like mechanical parts, so the arms basically. I also thought maybe about adding maybe one more accessory to her head, because right now it's basically just her arms that are mechanical and basically added enhanced to the original sculpt. And I think adding something to the head as well makes it look a little bit more futuristic, a little bit more, it just adds a little bit more on the top. It looks kind of empty, so maybe adding something to it. I already have an idea what we could do, could really help enhance the look. And then yeah, we're gonna start with 3 material shaders. We're gonna like do the rough parts today. Maybe we can go even maybe a little bit deeper into them, meaning probably one shader for the cover, then a shader for the muscles, and then a shader for the inside, so the bones basically, the mechanical bones, the exoskeleton. That's going to be another color as well. I already have like a kind of idea what kind of color scheme I want to do. Of course, the first one being like a grayish white for the marble part. Yeah, and then we can just play around with some colors and see what fits best into the whole theme. Okay, so I would say let's go into Blender. I don't want to waste any time. Hopefully today's my internet connection is better today. Yesterday was kind of a struggle, but I think it's better now. It's at 2%, and it kind of stays there. I think it went up to from 0.5 to 2, but I think 2 is still pretty good compared to the last 2 days at least, where it was like at 15 or 10 to 15%, which is kind of bad. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do today. I would say we're gonna go to Blender. There you go. Of course, you cannot see Blender. Now you can see it. There you go. Okay, so I already have an idea what I want to do. It's a pretty rough idea, but I think it's enough to create an interesting image. Yeah, I need, of course, Roberto, so let me just quickly pull him up so we can start. Where is he? Create Blender Cloud. Yep, there you go. Yeah, yesterday I talked about maybe releasing him, or like giving him away, I guess. Roberto's my own male human base mesh rig character, which served me quite well for all these quick sketches, and I think I want to share him so other people can use him as well, so he can be like useful to more people than just me. So I kind of thought about maybe I don't know, making a video like, oh hey, if you need a 3 character model that is rigged, you can grab him. He's not perfect, but I think he's pretty good. I've only like discovered a few problems with the rig itself. Nothing really huge, but maybe if you want to do some shoulder work, I haven't put in any shoulder rigs, which could be a problem. But other than that, I think everything else is pretty good. So yeah, at some point I'm probably gonna think about releasing him maybe after we're done with the MSI Creator Award, because then I have a little bit more time, and also I just want to finish the MSI Creator Award before I do anything else. That's just yeah, I just want to clear my head from this project, because at some point I kind of want to get this done. And yeah, it's a little bit more fun now, because we're going into the next topic, basically adding custom textures, adding shaders, materials, and lighting, which is a little bit more fun than retopology. So that's a little bit more exciting, but still like working on the same exact project. Like I think now I kind of calculated like 75 hours. Gets kind of I guess monotone maybe. But yeah, we're almost done. So yeah, I'm not gonna give up now, of course. So oh, hold on, I have to, okay, I already have them ready to go. Do I need anything else? I think everything else is pretty good. So I would say we're ready. The timer's ready. I am ready. Hopefully you are ready as well. Roberto's ready. So I would say we can start in, it's going to be another environment, of course. I want to get better at environments. That's why I'm doing it. So where's my, okay, there it is. Perfect. Okay, so I would say 3, 2, 1, go. There you go. I'm just gonna put in Roberto first, just so I have him ready to go if I need him, or when I need him. I'm definitely gonna need him, but maybe a little bit later. Right now I just want to build an environment. This one will be a little bit more abstract, maybe a little bit more fantasy-like. So nothing with planes to create some sort of geometry. Although we could maybe use that though. Maybe. I'm kind of thinking maybe we could use, yeah, I think we're gonna use a plane. A plane is probably the easiest way to create some, I guess, natural looking ground. We're not gonna see it, but we're gonna use it for something else. So we're gonna go back in here. Of course, we're gonna do the usual steps. Subdivision simple, put that to 6. Give it more. No, we don't need more. We just need 6. And then a displacement modifier. Putting it to clouds. There you go. Making it bigger. So it's a little bit more like that. I think we need to make the texture smaller. That's better. We have this nice chasm in the center, which is actually pretty useful. Let's go in here and put this to 0.25 maybe. Oh, that's quite too little. Maybe 0.5 should be better. Okay, perfect. We're gonna grab this, rotate this by 90 degrees. There you go. Now the chasm is right in front of us. Exactly what I wanted. We're gonna make it bigger. There you go. Make it smooth as well. Okay. So I'm gonna make a pillar. What we're gonna use for the pillar is a cube. Pull that over there. Okay, so first thing first, what I want to do is I want to bevel these edges. There you go. Oh, hello. Bevel. Ah, okay. Oh, actually, no, I want to do them individually so they're like not the same size. They're irregular, whatever. There you go. And there you go. Okay, perfect. So I want to do a few more bevelings. There you go. Oh, zip. This one. Maybe this one as well. This one. Oh. And this one as well. And this one as well. There you go. Okay, so also what I want to do is I want to make this thinner. There you go. I want to make this. Put the pivot point to the bottom. Okay, perfect. You know what? Now I'm going to go back. I want to keep this surface quite flat up there. So I'm going to do it like this rather than scaling it smaller, making it thinner. I'm just going to pull this face down. Zip. Now I'm going to, of course, need to pull this up. There you go. Okay, perfect. So next up, I want to make this even bigger. Give me the size. There you go. Okay, so next up, we're gonna go in here, use a particle emission, or yeah, particle setting, put it to 1, so all particles are in the same, are all there. Now we're gonna go in here and use emit from faces. We're gonna say not random order. Can we say even distribution? Okay. Are they now not random? They look random. Grid. Ah. Well, that looks kind of weird. Resolution. Oh, we can. Okay, first of all, before I do that, we're gonna go to the render setting, switch to object, and select this pillar. There you go. So next up, I'm gonna go in here and go into the size, put that to 1. Maybe that's a little bit too big. We also want to change the rotation. Rotation axis, global Z. Oh, that's wrong. Maybe Y works as well. Randomize. Oh, can we only randomize on the Y axis? Doesn't seem like it. Oh, woo. Okay. Interesting. Well, let's just randomize it very, very slightly. There you go. Okay, next up, what I want to do is I want to go in here and give it a little bit of randomness. There you go, perfect. Okay, we need to change this one though. What we're going to do is we're going to scale this wider. Okay, perfect. Now we can see it still looks from the top, it looks pretty I guess like as if they're all the same shape, which isn't too bad. We can work with this invert grid. Okay, hexagonal. Oh, that's perfect. That's better than what I had. We can give it a little bit. Oh, we can also give it a randomness in the grid. Oh, that's perfect. Ooh, okay. Maybe a little bit less. 0.2. Let's set it to 0.2. There you go. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna make this smaller so I can have more of those in here. The scale, let's put it to 0.2. Ooh. Let's put it to 0.3. We don't need it to be that small. We can then increase the grid resolution way higher. Why is it like not following the thing? The emitter. That's weird. Emit from faces. Vertices. Oh, okay. Faces. Volume. Faces. Wait, okay, hold on. What if I enable or apply everything in here? We're going to duplicate this real quick so I don't have to if I do a mistake I still have all the settings. Go into the materials, apply. There we go. Oh, there it is. Okay, well that's quite strong. Maybe we should make it a little bit smaller. The displacement, that's better. Okay, perfect. So next up, what I want to do is I want to go in here and change the grid size. I want to have more of those dudes here. That's better. Okay, that is better. Face, do we need a face, randomized face? No, that's not necessary. We have a randomized there already. I think that's pretty good. Okay, perfect. Now we're gonna grab Roberto, put him in the scene. We're gonna put him somewhere over here. Maybe on one of the higher ones. Actually, no, I'm gonna put him right there. I think I want to make these things a little bit bigger though. I'm just gonna go in here and scale this wider. There you go. Okay, that's better. Now I'm gonna pose him. He's a little bit too big. Maybe that's better. Put him on this small little pillar. There you go. Gonna pose him. What do we want to do? He's gonna just kneel, I guess. Do a Slav squat. There you go. Zip. Welcome, Vicente. Hope you enjoyed your Thursday so far. Hope your cats are feeling better. Hope you feel good. Okay, we have 21 minutes left. 22 actually. That was like pretty fast compared to yesterday, I feel like. Or maybe yesterday was more of a hassle because we have to set up so many lanes. This one is actually pretty simple, but we're not done yet, so I don't want to jinx anything, so yeah. Yep, Roberto is turning into an animal. Roberto is trying to chill for a little bit. That's why he's like in this position. There you go. Hold on. There you go. He wants to do the Slav squad. There you go. Give me his hand. Zip. There you go. He looks kind of like he's trying to excrete some some old food. I mean, you know what we could do? So for the video where I'm gonna kind of like make a small video saying that you can grab Roberto and use him in your own projects, I could maybe like make a small, like make a stream where we're just gonna animate him in some weird poses or whatever. Just to showcase what he can do, maybe discover more of his capabilities. And then yeah, maybe a Sailor Moon move could be in there as well. Yeah, I think that's not too bad. I actually have an idea how we can how I want to introduce color back into the quick sketches. It's gonna be another. It's gonna be a animation project as well. I wonder how long that's gonna take. If we're gonna do it minimalistically, I think that shouldn't be too long. Okay. Yeah, let's pose the camera. Where's my, there it is. Zip. Pull it all the way back there. Okay. Where's my camera? There it is. Yeah, adding colors to these quick sketches. So far, like the last, I don't know, 60 or 70 I've done without any color. Black and white, monochrome, whatever you want to call it. So I kind of thought about how I could bring back color. And I kind of wanted to do like an event out of it. I kind of thought about maybe adding, like in the beginning, at some point I'm just gonna add like one color to every image so that it's like mostly black and white, but there's like a single color that kind of lights up the scene. But maybe we're gonna do something different. Maybe. I think the idea I had recently, I like it more. So maybe we're probably going to do that. Okay, so we have him in the scene. And now we need to, first of all, save the project. We're at, oh, quick sketch number 101. Oh, there you go. Okay. So we're not done yet. I actually want to bring this lower. Want to bring it closer to him. Pull this higher. We want to see a little bit of the ceiling. There you go, that's better. Okay, let's save real quick. Let's go into rendered view. You know, I'm going to pull the camera a little bit higher. I want to see a little bit of the floor as well. Shouldn't be too high. There you go. Okay. So we need more of those. We're gonna make another pillar, I guess, or we could just duplicate this one and modify it a little bit more. What I want to do with this one is just make this face smaller first of all. There you go. I also want to change this, maybe pull this higher, and then maybe put in some more bevel these edges a little bit more. Just select a few random pieces. There you go. Bevel. Oh, that was kind of weird. There you go. Okay. What is this? Oh no. Better. Okay. Why is there this weird edge? Bring it out. There you go. What is this? Oh no. Oh, there it is. I guess this works. There you go. Shift X to combine them. There you go. Okay. Yeah, I guess we can work with this. So what I'm gonna do is I will go ahead and make another of those. Actually, do I need to? Yeah, I think I will do that. So we're gonna need another plane. We have one right there. How convenient. Let's duplicate it, put it in there. We're gonna use the good old align tool. We can just click this button and there you go. It's right on top of the other one. Pull it up. Zip. We're gonna make it a little bit flatter. Oh, I have to apply these things. There you go. Where's my... Oh, scale this lower. There you go. That's better. Okay. So we're gonna make these ones definitely longer. So what we have to do is we're gonna just grab this part right there, pull it up, zip, easy. Long boy. We need to put these long boys on there. We're gonna need another particle setting. Okay. Emit from faces looks pretty good. Do we need faces? No, we need vertices. We also need render as object, not path object. There you go. Zip. Oh, wrong direction. Can we, I guess we could just go ahead and hold on. Yep. Cursor to selected. 3D cursor. Oh, render. I'm gonna rotate on the y-axis by 180 degrees. There you go. Okay, perfect. Look kind of like eggs. Do you know this cave with all these glowing worms? Or like, I don't even know what they are. They're like these worms that grow, or like that, or flies that lay their eggs in these caves. And the caves are super dark, but then when they create their cocoon or whatever, the cocoon glows at the bottom. And I think they have these lines like hanging down of saliva or whatever. And if there are like mosquitoes that fly around in there, they kind of get stuck in there and then they can eat them, I think. That's how it works. I don't remember. But I remember these cool caves with all these glowing bugs. Look pretty cool. Like a night sky. Okay, that's what this looks like. Okay. Where's my particle setting? There you go. Rotation, we don't need to change that just yet. Put this to 1. Oh, hello. That's interesting. Rotation, there you go. Bubble Y? Yep. Okay. That's a little bit too big, I would say. That's also too many. That's still too many. What about 100? Why are they... maybe we shouldn't use vertices. Let's use faces. That looks better. You know what? I'm gonna use grid. Where's my grid? Jittered grid. There you go. Ooh. Now we can use the random factor to push them around a little bit, so they're still random. There you go. We cannot... Oh, we can actually see them, but I want to have less. Wait. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's better. We need to make them longer. Of course, they're supposed to be long boys, so we need to make them longer. Zip. Oh, that's too long. There you go. Okay, we have 12 minutes left for the lighting and all the rest. So let's get to it. I think they're a little bit too long now. That's better. You know what? I'm gonna pull this higher. There you go, that's better. Okay. So we need some lighting. Let's remove this light, the standard light that I have in my scene. We're gonna remove the world lighting as well. We don't need world lighting. Who needs world lighting? Zip. There you go. Okay. First of all, we need a light coming from the front. Gonna grab my sunlight. Perfect light for this scene. There you go. Oh, medium point. Yeah, maybe like that. That looks pretty good. First, so maybe I'll change it later. First of all, what I need is another cube, of course. We're gonna add some atmosphere. World origin, there you go. Cube. Make it bigger. Before I do that though, I wanna move it by 1. There you go. Move it higher. Easy. Okay. Haha. Okay. Switch this to wired view. Everything's black. Nope, I've never heard or never seen the Japanese commercial Long Long Man. What is it about? I just remember, or like all Japanese commercials I've ever seen look kind of weird or creepy. That's what I know of Chinese, or like abstract rather, I would call it. There you go. Set this to white density. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna look at it when I'm done. Okay. Let's put it to 10 actually. Well, that's quite bright. What I want to do though is I'm going to go in here and change the density of this one as well. There you go. Now we cannot see the end. That's perfect. Can we? I don't think we can. Yeah, we can actually. Let's put it to 7.5. There you go. Okay. Perfect. You know what? Maybe I'm not going to use a whatever this is light. Why is it so dark? Aha. There you go. Okay. So it looks kind of weird or kind of boring. So I'm gonna grab my pillar. Make another one. Does it? Yeah, hold on. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna extrude this down a little bit, not too much. Scale it down. Oh, hello. Why? Oh, there you go. Extrude it down. Scale it up. Just want to put some random shapes in here. Oh, that's interesting. I guess we have to go into side view and cut a knife cut in there. Oh, wait. Knife. Zip. C. There you go. Well, that didn't work. I mean, I guess we're not going to do that then. Why? Oh, okay, I know why. I mean, we could also just... you know what? I'm going to keep it like this for now. What I want to change though is I want to like this one. Scale it down. There you go. Pull this up. Okay. Another one. Extrude. Make it smaller. Okay. Now we're going to place some of those in the scene. At the bottom. You know, I think I'm going to do some more directional lighting for this one. So I'm not going to use a sunlight. We have 7 minutes left, so we should be good on time. We can actually use some time for other stuff, not just modeling, which is good. Especially lighting. Lighting, I think, it feels like lighting always comes short in these quick sketches. So it's nice to have like a little bit more time for this stuff. Where's my rock? Oh, there it is. Okay. Maybe we could... You know what? No. Now, what I want to do is I want to care about lighting. Remove the sunlight. We need something else. We need a point light. Where's my point light? There it is. Ooh. That looks actually pretty cool, but isn't really what I was looking for. But maybe it's close. What about setting it to 1000? Ooh, okay. Oh, look at that. Oh, hello. That looks way better than what we had before. Okay. Okay. So I'm not going to use just one. We're going to just use multiple ones. Maybe we can put this up here somewhere to kind of hide it. We're going to increase the strength as well, maybe to 5k. Yeah, perfect. So we're going to make a few more of them. Put them randomly somewhere. Ooh. I think what is missing right now is kind of like a focus point though. You know what I mean? So we have 4 minutes left. Maybe we can put something in here. Let's see. What could we do? Do you have an idea what we could put in here? We're kind of abstract right now. Maybe we could. Let's see. I don't want to mess around with textures right now. You know, let's try it. Where's my sphere? No, I'm gonna use a cube. Oh, hello cube. One stone. Oh, maybe. Yeah. I have a similar idea to what you have. So let's see if we can combine those. You know how I like combining things. Combining multiple ideas. There you go. Shader. I already did something similar before. Put that into the volume. There you go. We're okay. Well, there's just nothing, I guess. Oh, well, you can't see it because it's like... Okay, we're gonna put it right into the scene. Hopefully it works. Zip. Okay, that's getting kind of noisy. I have to put him in the center first before I do anything else. There you go. We're gonna shape him. You know what? Now I'm gonna keep him like this, but I'm gonna move the face down so he's connecting to the bottom. There you go. Can we see him? Oh no, he's still a volume cube. What we have to do is we can now go into the volume. Where's my volume? That's principled BSDF. That's not what I wanted. Shader. Oh, there's the block. Principled volume. There you go. Put that in there. Okay, let's place them a little bit further back. Yeah, that's better. Perfect. So we're gonna go in here and increase the density. Let's put it to 100. You're going to see what happens. It's going to be more solid or almost solid, which is what I'm going for. Now we can, in the last 3 minutes, use a Voronoi texture. Put that into the density. We also want to go ahead and use a math node to increase the value up to more than 1. The textures have a range from 0 to 1 in terms of the value. Because we want to go to 500, we're going to set this to multiply and set it to 500. There you go. So the maximum it can reach is 500. And there you go. Nothing changed because we still have to do a few changes. First of all, what we need to do is we need a color ramp. And then we're going to put this... No, this... Wait, do we need white or... No, we need black. I also want to apply the scale. I want to go in here and use the mapping node. Put this to this one. Object. It's way too big, so let's set the scale to 0.5 maybe. We also can then use this texture combined with a texture principled... Nope, not texture. Shader principled BCF, put that into the surface. There you go. We can then use the texture and put it into the alpha. We can set this, make this solid. We can make it white. Let's keep it white. Nope, not black, white. We can maybe even make it a little bit rougher. I mean, hold on, 0.25. Okay, this is getting kind of hard to see. Hold on. Where's my volume? There you go. Oh, this looks actually pretty cool when you look from afar. Okay. So noisy. There you go. Where's my block? There it is. My cute little block. There you go. Okay. Oh, we have to invert the whole thing. Color invert, I think. Nope. Not doing that. There you go. Okay, hold on. I want to set this to emission so we can see better what's happening. What is this? What did I do? Oh. Aha. Okay, we have to change the texture a little bit. No, that's not what I wanted. Oh no. I think it's still too big. 0.25. Well, that's kind of small. 0.5. Well, that didn't work. I was too greedy. I guess, hold on. We're gonna, you know, what about just making it black? Well, that doesn't look good. Maybe if we add back the atmosphere. I mean, it could work. Hold on. So the stone doesn't glow, but I mean, it could be a little bit glossy. Maybe we could also make it a little bit wider. Make it a white boy. There you go. Can we even see it? I think I... Hold on. Where am I? I'm in the wrong thing. No, I'm not. Wait, where am I? Okay, I mean, it's something, I guess. You know what? I think I'm gonna remove this cube. The cube doesn't really do anything. Or what we could do is maybe scale it smaller, rotate it in a certain direction like this. Oh yeah, that looks pretty cool. Look at that. Haha. You know, it even reflects the shine or the light coming from the top. Yeah. If you make it black, does that look any... Oh yeah, it looks pretty cool. Okay, well, I think that's it. That's what we're gonna keep it, or we're gonna leave it rather. There you go. Do we need anything? Nope, we can render. So we can go into here, put it to 50% resolution. There you go. Save one more time. There you go. Render. I actually want to show you. So I did a few detail render whatever from the the marble material, and the post production was actually pretty important. I want to kind of show you how much post processing can kind of change an image, especially giving them more depth. Of course, we usually always do that with these quick sketches because they're just so shallow. But yeah, I think this, like the render that I did, are like a good example on why I even do post processing. So I kind of want to show them. Okay. 256 should be good. Do we need anything else? Oh, we can probably do some post-production. How about that? Can we put in some glare? Does that help? Oh yeah, it does. Not too much, but it helps a little bit. Yeah, this looks pretty good. There you go. Render the image. Hold on. I still have it at 50%. There you go. That's better. 5 minutes should be good. Oh yeah, I can use this time to show you what I mean. Oh, I can also watch the commercial. Does it have DMCA music? If not, I mean, even if, or no, not, never mind. I added the browser audio to the display capture. Ooh. So we can at least watch it, maybe not listen to it. Yeah, okay. There you go. Hello. Okay, let's see. Oh, hold on. Let's try again. You know what? I'm gonna just mute the audio on stream so I can at least hear it. Browser, there you go. Oh my god. It starts off perfect. This is how I remember Chinese commercials or Asian commercials. You know, do you know this? I think it was like this panda commercial where somebody eats like a yogurt or whatever it was, and then there's like a basically a panda is just basically or like randomly appearing and the panda would just destroy whatever the person was working on. Do you know what it says, or like in the end the slogan? Oh no. Is this like an ongoing series? Oh no. She was in bed with the long man. Oh no, he knew it. He knew it all along. I mean, at least they're creative. And yeah, what I wanted to say is I think if we would have like these crazy commercials where I live, or like yeah, that I would see, I think it would be a little, like, it would be funnier than just seeing all these cookie cutter commercials that you have like right now. Okay, hold on, let me show you, let me see if I can find the panda. Panda commercial, very creative. There it is, the panda. Panda cheese, okay. This one, for example. Hopefully it's not too loud. Looks pretty good. Hold on. There you go. Oh, this might be DMC, whatever. Oh, it's too late. All these commercials with Panda destroying everything.
Panda ما يتقلهاش لا.
Panda cheese. Another one. Another supermarket. Probably continuation of the last. Come on. Yeah, The Office.
فايز اعمل لك معايا سندوتش جبنه.
Oh no, you made the wrong decision, boy. There you go. Should have been the cheese.
Panda ما يتقلهاش لا.
Okay, you know that you get the gist. Similar to the Japanese commercials or whatever, Asian, I guess. You know, oh yeah, it's almost done. It's just like, it's like there's no creativity really in all the commercials right now. I mean, they may. Oh, is there like an actual ending to the saga? Hold on. There's no real no, it just all looks the same, even if they spend time and or like work or like put in work to like make some 3D animations. It still looks the same like all the other commercials. Oh no. Okay, how long is that? 3 minutes? Okay. Oh no, he's gonna see your wife with his long. Oh no, everything's long. What else is long? Oh no. He's better in every way possible. Oh. Oh no. He's not only long himself, he also prefers long. I wonder if this is actually if this is actually like every time you would see this commercial, you would see a different one, and then maybe at the end of the whole I guess when it ran for like a few I guess maybe months or like a few weeks, then they would play like the last version or like the ending, so everybody would know what the ending is, or like everybody would see the ending and like last before they see, or after they've seen all the other ones. Okay. Da-da-da. Where's the music? There it is. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, like all the commercials just look so boring. Usually maybe it's because what my watch content kind of caters to boring advertisements. I don't know. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I should watch some more Japanese videos. Maybe that helps. Some K-pop. There you go. $101. Perfect. Oh, hold on. Okay. Photoshop is open. That's the wrong folder. There you go. Need to rename this real quick. Add the resolution. Okay. It's time for some post-production. There you go. Okay. So we will add some depth. Easiest way to do that, selective color correction, my favorite new adjustment layer. Zip. There you go. Immediately we have more depth in the scene. What about putting down? We're gonna make this pretty bright so we can kind of like we can see his outline better, or his silhouette. There you go. Make it kind of cloudy up there. I like this. Maybe white as well. No, white will just oversaturate or like overtune the white parts. White is already like to the max. Do we need contrast as well? That's the question here. I think contrast helps a little bit. You know, no, I think Roberto will gets too black or too dark if we do that. So I'm gonna maybe a little bit, maybe like 22. And then last but not least, we need fingerprints, not our own, but the texture. There you go. There it is. You know, I thought about maybe, I mean, that's probably like a long way out, but maybe making it so every 100 quick sketches, we're gonna devote the whole day to this quick sketch. So if we wouldn't have done like, if we wouldn't have worked on this, like the MSI Creator Award Submission, we could have also done it, like we could have done it anyway, but maybe I could have spent the whole day yesterday working on the quick sketch. It would probably not be called a it would probably not be called a quick sketch then, but I mean whatever. Quick is kind of subjective. There you go. Okay. Perfect. Okay, do you have a name for this image? Long boy? Okay, hold on. There you go. Long boy? Okay. Well, I'm gonna call it long boy. There you go. Today we're maybe even gonna create custom. Yeah, I put it in the title, so we're gonna actually probably actually most likely gonna create some custom textures for the arm part. I want to maybe put in some shapes, some organic like shapes, or like, how would you call them, patterns, like floral patterns, to put in some more detail, make it look more more glorious, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, and first thing first, what we're gonna do is we're gonna optimize and perfect the the marble shader. I think it's a little bit too dark. I think yesterday I went a little bit too far to the realistic version of it. I want to make it a little bit wider, just a little bit brighter and wider, because I think the gray kind of doesn't fit too well to the white mechanical arms that I want to add to it. And I also have an idea for the head part. I want to add a head part as well, like a mechanical head part, to kind of have something mechanical on her head as well, because her head is kind of empty, and I think adding what I have in my mind could work pretty well. No, not on the cloth, but on the mechanical arms. The cloth is part of the sculpt, so the cloth will just have the same material that the sculpt has, the body. There you go. No, where am I? I'm in the wrong folder. Oh no. Where am I? There it is. Yep. Okay. Where's my phone? There it is. Okay. There we go. So first thing first, before we do anything else, we're gonna optimize and perfect the sculpt, or the, what is it? The sculpt material, and then we're gonna adapt the sculpt material to the cloth, and then we're gonna go to the arms. When everything's done and we still have some time, we can add what I have in mind for the head. It shouldn't take too long, and I think it'll add something cool to it. Okay. Copy. Oh, my volume's getting kind of full on my phone. It's almost full already. I might have to delete some quick sketches that I've already uploaded. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we have 4.6 gigabyte left. Should be pretty good for quite a long time. Okay. So, I'm gonna see you in 3 minutes. Until then, enjoy. Maybe grab some snacks, maybe grab a drink. What was the name? Long Boy? Okay, yep. I'm gonna see you in 3 minutes. Enjoy. There you go. Easy. Bring back the music. Bring back the angle. There you go. Perfect. So, first of all, what I want to show you is the before and after of the post-production. Just to show you what post-production can do. Let me open up the project. Takes quite a while to load. That's when you know that it's a high quality model. Okay. Okay, so let's go into display capture, back into display capture. There you go. Okay, we need to go to March. Is it March? I think so. There you go. Render. So I've made one with for the head and one for the hip, I guess, or the belly, whatever. So that's the before, and then with post-production, that's after. You can see just way more contrast, adding way more depth. If you compare it to the version without post-production, it's just looks so shallow. And I don't really know if you can really get to this point with I guess with Blender, maybe you could do the same with post-production in there, but I don't think you can render out an image that looks like this. Maybe this is also kind of unrealistic in its depth, I guess, because of what is it, indirect lighting and all that. Maybe it would be unrealistic for it to look like that, but it just highlights way better all these creases and all this damage, and overall just the structure on the model or the shader itself. And then we have the head, that's the previous version, and then adding some post-production to it. The background is just black. We can see some way more of the structure on the face and on the head. Yeah, so you shouldn't try to rely on post-production, but you can use post-production to make things even better than they actually, or that they already are. I don't think you should look at post-production as like, okay, well, I'm gonna do it up to there. So if this is the full spectrum you could go to in terms of quality, you're gonna say like, oh well, I can go from, or hold on, that's gonna be the spectrum. Okay, well, I'm gonna go from here to here, and then I can use my post-production to bump it up to here. I think you should rather see it like as, okay, well, I'm gonna go from here to here, so that I can then use my post-production to go here. Ooh, you can go even further than what was thought possible. So you shouldn't use, or at least I don't see it as a part of the workflow. It is part of the workflow, but it's not part of the workflow when it comes to the model itself, or like the construction of the model. It's more like an enhancement at the end. Okay. Oh yeah, that's the previous angle, I think. So if I see this in this small view, I kind of like it with this lighting as well. So we're probably going to do a few, maybe even a different lighting, like a third version to kind of compare the three. I like this one as well. You can see like this nice outline on the side. You can see the dark contrasting with the outline. I like this lighting as well. But yeah, we'll see which one fits the best for this image. Okay, back to Blender. Okay, so where am I? There, yeah. First of all, what I want to do is, there is something I want to correct. Hold on, what is going on? Oh, okay. I want to go ahead and first of all remove the arms. Remove everything. Okay, so first of all, you can see this is still very, very smooth. I want to make this a little bit stronger, especially if you look at the render. Let me see if I can quickly pull this up in here. That's the view. Zip. Okay, if you compare this version to the reference, there's my reference. Oh, hello, there you go. So you can see, if we only look, or if we only pay attention to this damaged piece, or like this part where it's like where there's some damage, where it's worn off, you can see this one's first of all way more detailed, and you can see like the real structure there. If you compare it to my version, or it also has like some real depth to it. It looks like as if there's like a layer carved off. We don't really have that for, where's my thingy? This one? No. Wait, is it gone now? Where's my render? Oh, there it is. So you can see you can see a little bit like a small bump, but it doesn't have the depth that I kind of want to have in the image. So my idea would be, or was, to either use more bump maps. I wanted to make a mask using custom textures to basically mark this area and add another bump map onto it to make it look more detailed and just more deeper. Or what we could do is we can add another subdivision to it. Oh, hold on. Yeah, another subdivision to it to make this look even more, like even deeper, because if we set it to smooth, you can see it kind of smooths out these harsh edges that we have sculpted in. Well, they're not that sharp because we don't have that much geometry to work with, but especially up here, like you can see these very, very sharp corners. If we then go in here and set it to smooth, you can see it kind of smooths it out, and just it looks a little bit flatter, especially here. This part looks just too smooth in my opinion. So I either gonna make a mask using a custom texture to paint in like where this bump texture should be, only in these spots and at the bottom here, or we're gonna just sculpt more. We're gonna enhance or like add another subdivision level to make the sculpt more detailed, or we're gonna use the textures. I think there's a good I like those are like the two levels. So the first thing I'm going to try is I'm going to create a custom texture to mark out these spots, and then create or like use a bump map to make this look more detailed. Hopefully that works. If that doesn't work or doesn't look good enough, we can still sculpt or add another sculpt. We can still sculpt more detail into it. So yeah, we're going to try the first version first. I'm going to need my graphics tablet. Okay. Gonna make a quick note and then we can start. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong notebook. There you go. Okay. So, first of all, let's make another texture. We already have one. We had one before, which is where is it? I think it's this one. Bump damage. Scope bump damage. We're gonna make another one. I think we're gonna make another. Do we need? No, we can probably make like a 2K or 3K texture. That should be enough. Although. Yeah, let's try. Let's try. If that doesn't work, if that isn't enough, then we can still add more. Yeah. So we're gonna make a texture real quick. We're gonna go ahead and make a new image. We need a new image node. Texture image. We can add a new texture. We're gonna call it deep. No. Sculpt damage mask. We're gonna set it to ×3, so it's 3072 pixels by 3072 pixels. Color black. Let's put it to, yeah, we can keep it black. Black means nothing and white means no. Black means no and white means yes. Usually depends on how you set up the notes, but usually black means no, white means yes. Okay, perfect. So let's go to texture paint. There you go. You can see everything's black because I set the texture to black. Why is... Oh, that's interesting. I mean, we don't really need this, but whatever. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and make a quick mask. So we're gonna go ahead and use the white color. There you go. I need my pen. With that, I don't know if you saw that. Hold on. Oh, I think that's too fast for the camera. My sick pen tricks. Hold on. Oh, sorry. Right around the thumb. Okay, that. Oh my god, I don't want to break my pen. That's too fast for the PC to capture. I know I'm that crazy. Okay, let's go ahead and make a mask. Wait, where's my... Can we see that? No. Do we have to remove a texture? No, we don't. Radius looks good. Oh, there it is. Oh, we have to change the stroke settings. Set it to space, good. We set it to 1%. Dash ratio looks good. Dash length. Jitter 0. Now we can paint. Ooh. We're gonna make it... No, we don't. You know what? I changed my mind. We can still blur it out later. So now I'm just gonna paint in a quick mask. You're just trying... You're just trying to get me to break my pencil. I know it. Swing the pen to the ceiling and then catch it. You know what I like to do is like grab it like this, so that you have like this small end on this side, like this, and then you put your thumb at the small end, and then you push down so it flicks up. And you can do like these sick tricks, like whew. Ooh. I'm gonna do it all the way to the ceiling though. Or my favorite trick. That's what I usually do because it's the easiest one and it's like continuous. Or like, hold on. Can you... I don't think that's really... Okay, well, that doesn't really work that well anymore, but looks kind of crappy, but it kind of works. Rotating it between these two fingers. You can do this one continuously as well, but I think this one is like has more weight on this side than this one, than this side, so it's kind of off center. You can kind of... It doesn't really work that well, but there you go. Yeah, it kind of works. But yeah, I tried learning pen spinning tricks for a little bit, and I still know 3 tricks that I guess use sometimes, just to pass time or just to fiddle around. So I would say if you have the time or you want to learn something that you can do in school as well, learn pen spinning. You might annoy your neighbors because you throw your pen around all the time, but it is worth it. Okay. I mean, if I would throw it at the ceiling, you wouldn't even see it because my camera doesn't go all the way up. I mean, you could probably see like the first 10% of the throw and then it's gone. Then I could even pretend that I'm throwing it, but I'm actually not throwing it. Okay. Putting in a very rough mask first, as always. Going in rough first, and then smoothing it out later, which will be now. We're going to use the smooth brush, add some smoothness to this outline so it's not as sharp. It has a better transition. There you go. Is it really blurry or is it the camera? Who knows? There you go. Perfect. We're going to do the same on the back and then we can see if that actually works, my idea. Hold on, I have to increase my strength. Where's my... Wait, strength is at 1? I guess we have to change. We don't need pressure sensitivity. I just want to make it pure white. There you go. Where's the edge? I can't see it. It's too hidden. I guess that works. Okay. So if this works, we can save some time. We don't need, and also some processing power. Hopefully, if I need to add a subdivision, it actually works. It doesn't like explodes my rig or whatever. We'll see. Okay, let's make it blurry. Blur it up. There you go. Okay, so let's see if that works. We have the texture. I think the best part to see it would be up here, because that's the biggest part. I'm just going to quickly add a point light so we can actually see it. Set it to power, 50. Radius to 0.01. Let's go to rendered view. Okay, let's see if that works. So, whoa, okay. Hold on, this looks kind of weird. I'm gonna set this radius a little bit higher, otherwise we have these very, very sharp shadows, which kind of hide the actual look. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to go ahead and go in here. I will... Wait, is it set to smooth? Ah, now it is. Okay. So we need this mask. We need to add this mask to this texture. So what we have to do, we have to create another multiply, or we have to add another arm or a branch to this node setup. So we're going to grab another mix RGB node, where you're going to use this mask as the factor. There you go. And then if we go ahead and just quickly look at this, you can see what happens. Oh, that's interesting. There's parts missing. I mean, we can probably add that real quick. Oh, wrong brush. Okay, well, that doesn't work. Is it the wrong color? Nope. Okay, I guess. Hello? It should work. I mean, we probably have to just save the texture. Where's my texture? Scope damage masks. Save image. Save as. There we go. Textures. Version 1A. Okay. So let's go back to the rendered view. So we can see a pure black and white. What we now do, do we need sRGB or can we use non-color? We can use non-color as well. Sometimes non-color is better, sometimes not. If it looks exactly the same, I'm just going to leave it at non-color. So if we change these colors, we can see which texture we have to put where. So my idea is I want to set the color 1, so the brighter one, to 1, like this. And then we're going to use this black to add the texture that we want to add. Let me just quickly see which texture fits best. I think we had like one with like broken rock or like rough rock, maybe gravel, something like that, to add just more detail to the displacements, make it look more broken. Like rough rock, maybe rough rocks is the best. Let's see. So rough rock. This could work. I'm gonna use this one. Okay, so we need to add it. I think we've already used this texture for the other custom texture for the bump map. So if we add this, you can see what happens. We've created a mask so that only the texture will only appear in this small little dark spot, or white spot rather. Okay, this one's kind of weird, but it could work as well. So now if we go in here and use, we can, for example, now put this into the bump map, bring back the shader, and we can see what it looks like without any other bump maps. We want to do some changes though, because it's kind of big right now. Where is it? There it is. What we first need is a mapping node. Wait, that's the right one. Mapping. Do we need UV? We could maybe use object. Let's see. Nope. Yeah, let's use UV. UV should work fine. Okay, then we're going to use the scaling. Do we need to make it smaller, or yeah, we make it, if you want to make the texture bigger, we have to go to 0.5 for example to make it twice as big. You know what? Now I'm going to make it smaller actually. So I'm going to put it to to 2. Yeah, look at that. Ah, it's too big. Let's put it to 1.5. And then if we also introduce or bring in a color ramp, we can say that, first of all, the black shouldn't be as black, so we can put this to maybe 0.3. So the deeper parts don't go as deep. And this white will be at 0.6 maybe. Maybe we should put this one to 0.4. 0.5 being the middle point. It's still pretty bumpy. Let's see. Yeah, maybe a little bit more. What about... I mean, less. 0.495. Maybe 0.49. Then this one will be 0.51. A little bit more. This is what I mean with fine tuning. Just trying to hit the right spot that it looks exactly how I want it to look like. 0.55. This could work. Now we have to add this texture to all the other ones. So we're going to do the same that we did before. We're just going to grab all the ones that we've already added or combined. We're not going to use another multiply node. Put it in there. And we will add the new texture. Let's see if it works. I don't know. We have to bring it back into the bump node. Introduce the shader. So we still have these big bumps down there, which looks pretty good. And we still have all the other bumps as well. Let's see what it looks like down here. Okay, we definitely have more bumps. You can see it especially in this small thingy. But I think I want to make the mask a little bit bigger. You can see we only have it in this very, very small spot. So I kind of want to add some more to it. What we could do is just go ahead into the mask and use a color ramp to make the mask a little bit sharper. That could help. So I need to grab this node tree and pull it a little bit higher so we have some room. Okay. So what was it? White was the mask part that is visible. So if we bump up the whites, we bring in more. Oh yeah, look at that. Gets way sharper and looks way more like the reference. Okay, yeah, I like this. Maybe the corners are a little bit too sharp. We could maybe change that. Let's see what the mask looks like. Okay, so we can see what we did. If we mute this, zip, we made it just a little bit more intense. Let's see if we can add a kind of fringe effect to the outside parts. So what I want to do is I'm going to use a noise texture. Add it, or let's see what it looks like. Of course, we have to change the scale first to be able to see it. We're going to need another converter color ramp to increase the black parts. Ooh, there they are. Okay. I need more detail. Hello, detail. Okay, so let's see if that works. So if we now use another color mix node, we could maybe add in add some roughness to the gradient. Color mix RGB, put that in there. Use this texture to make it more frisky. Okay, we need to see this texture. Okay, so the only problem is I need to know which one is the right one. Oh, not 30. What is it? 0.5. Okay, let's see. So I remember using it before in this way, where we worked with clouds. So it should work with a certain setting. I don't know what all the settings really do. All the settings kind of like all have their own name, like color burn, light and screen, color dodge. That kind of describes all the looks that they kind of create. but behind that name is kind of like a mathematical formula that that is used to create the look. So I don't know what the formula is behind all of them. Of course, I know multiply and add and subtract and divide, but all the other ones like color dodge, screen, lighten are kind of not really, I don't really know what they mean. So I just have to go through all of them. Oh. This one makes it a little bit rougher, but it's not exactly what I wanted. What is it? Divide. What about hue? Saturation. So I'm going to go through all of them, add not only 0.5 value, but also at 1, at the value of 1, just to see. Ooh, no, not really. This one kind of adds an effect. Maybe if we kind of customize this a little bit more. No, not really what I wanted though. No, that doesn't help. We need something else. Multiply doesn't work. Oh, color burn? Maybe. Oh, no, not really. Light? Oh. Screen? Nope. Color dodge? Oh, that's interesting. Not really what I wanted though. Add? Nope. Overlay? Oh, hold on. Maybe that works. You know, this could actually work. Although, I don't know. Yeah, let's see what it looks like now. Let's see, is it a little bit... It's still pretty sharp, but... We could try something else as well. I'm gonna try a few more settings, and then if that doesn't work, I have another idea. Although this idea might be a little bit more reckless. So, yeah, maybe that doesn't work. Overlay. Where am I? There it is, soft light. Soft light, maybe? Oh, look at that. Let's see. It's weird because it only really takes a small amount of the whole mask into account when it looks at how much it's supposed to add, or yeah, like it only takes a very small amount of the mask into account when it like displays the rendered version. So all these changes to the outline doesn't really help us there very much. It's still very like a very sharp outline, which adds definitely more depth to it, but this outline is just too sharp. We could try something else though. We could go back into texture mode, texture painting. Where's my texture painting? Give me my texture. There it is. We can like just create some unevenness. So going back to the drawing tool, we can use pressure sensitivity for the radius and also for the strength. No, not for the strength, only for the radius. And then we can create some unevenness by just painting in here. Look at that, just making it uneven, having it at full strength of 1 makes sure that it's fully showing the mask, or like being used as the mask to dictate where it should be visible. The texture, the bump map, whatever, the bump texture. We're going to do this small batch down here, and then we're going to see if that actually works. Okay, let's see if that works. It does not work. Why not? Maybe we have to save the texture. Save. It did work. Easy. Perfect. So we're just gonna make it manually more like uneven, and then that should work. Perfect. Okay, so we're gonna do that real quick, and then we can go over to, what was the next part? The cloth. Yeah, the cloth. Perfect. Okay. Okay. So I think I'm going to reduce the size of the mask a little bit, because I think right now it kind of extends over the original edge that I sculpted in. So we kind of have to subtract some of this mask to make it, yeah, not do that. to still keep the feeling of depth in here. Okay, so we're gonna go back to black. Switch it up. There you go. Okay. Remove some of this texture to bring it back to its original shape without the sharp corners. I mean edges. Come on, draw. Why don't you draw? Oh, there it is. On this side as well. Okay. So today I learned a little bit more about philosophy. I learned about the thought process of I don't know what the name was for it, but the thought process basically, or like the person with that philosophical belief basically, always tries to be as practical or as useful as possible. So if they're for the trolley problem, for example, where you have like 2 lanes and then there's like a trolley coming down the hill, and then if you move the lever, you would move the track to the one person, to kill only one person rather than 5 people. Usually what people would do, and what we also read in the Wikipedia article, is to just pull the lever so you can save 5 people. So basically you work to reach the greater good. That is basically the thought process behind the philosophical. Yeah, that's the philosophical thought process. And some people kind of think like that everywhere. So if you would have like if you would ask them, okay, well, if you would enslave 500 people to ensure that 1,000 people can live happier because the other 500 are enslaved, would you do it? You would kind of like, the thought process then would be, oh well, I mean, you would enslave 500 people and they would suffer, but 1,000 people would be better off. So you would basically go for the greater good and say like, oh yeah, well, you can enslave them so that even more people are happier. So you would make 500 people unhappy to make 1,000 people happier, to work towards the greater good. That's kind of the thought process of that philosophy, I guess. I still can't remember what it's called, but it runs into like problems because it's not really scalable, or it's not really it doesn't really work with current society that we live in. We live in a society. Basically it would run into problems, especially when it comes to, like, if you would think about the thought process. With that thought process, you could also justify child pornography, because you could say like, oh well, if somebody distributes that and people that are kind of drawn to this stuff get like are interested in this stuff. So if one person distributes like a video, for example, more than just one person gets to benefit, I guess, from that video, and only one person kind of suffers. And this way you can kind of justify this sort of topic, which of course doesn't really work. Or that's the biggest problem. You can kind of justify everything as long as you can make more people happy than you make unhappy. Yeah, and I kind of, why is it so slow? Oh my god, everything's crashing. Jesus. Something broke. Hold on, let's try again. Oh, I was in the wrong. Yeah, I was in the wrong view. So everything kind of. So that thought process isn't really viable for our current society, because you could kind of make everything acceptable that is unacceptable in the current society right now, but we still kind of think in that way. So usually, if how we read it in the Wikipedia article, I think it was like 70 to 90% said they would pull the lever to move the trolley to the one person, so that only one person dies and not 5, so that you serve the greater good. But we don't think that way in every situation. So we kind of are on a spectrum between serving, or like thinking for the, or like acting to achieve the greater good, or I don't remember what the other one was, but yeah, the other one, I don't know, like I have no idea what the other one is, but there's like a certain spectrum we all think in. Some people are more into the in one region, some are in, like, or on one side, some are more on the other side, which I didn't know before. It was kind of interesting to learn about, that there are multiple, or that there is this very rudimentary, or like this very specific way of thinking, which makes sense if you think about it. in a very simple sense, but then if you think about it more and what it entails, you can kind of see the problems with it and why most people don't think that way. Because there was a problem that a philosopher created, or like a theoretical problem of the monster, that basically if you sacrifice or if you feed 500 people to that monster, 1,000 people would be happier, which would result in, like, the thought process would be, okay, well, if you sacrifice 500, 1,000 will be happy. But which would basically mean the more you feed, the more I'm happy, which would basically in the end mean you would have no humanity left. Although, if I think about it, it would at some point be the opposite, because you kind of reach an equilibrium, because you only have like maybe 500 people left. So if you sacrifice 500, there aren't 1,000 left to be happy. But still, it's like a self-destructive thought process, kind of, which is kind of interesting to learn about. Philosophy is kind of one of those topics that is kind of, I think it's an interesting topic to discuss with anyone, because everyone can kind of have their own opinion, but you can still discuss them because they're not really emotional necessarily if you don't go into too specific into topics. If you stay very abstract with the trolley problem, for example, and you kind of just discuss what your decision would be, I think you can kind of discuss that with everyone without getting like in big fights necessarily. Maybe if people are prone to get into big fights, maybe that's a different, maybe that's a little bit different, but overall, I think that's one of the topics that you kind of can discuss with everyone. At least, yeah, maybe not with children, but because they can't really comprehend all the minute details, but overall with everyone that is older than, I don't know, 12. Come on. I have this problem with my tablet that it picks up different pen pressures, but it doesn't apply to the programs that I use. In Photoshop, it's like completely broken. It doesn't work at all. And it seems like in Blender it's also kind of broken, but not as bad as it is in Photoshop. In Photoshop, it just tells me, well, no, there's no sensitivity. Too bad. You cannot use the sensitivity. Woo! See you later. But it does work. Like if I go into my settings program, or like into the settings of my graphics tablet, you can see the pressure that is applied. You can see like the small graph that displays, oh well, you put so much pressure on the pen right now. So it does work, but it doesn't apply to all the programs, which is so annoying. Sometimes it's like the problem could be Windows settings, Windows pen settings. It could be your old Photoshop version is corrupted or whatever, or it's like has a bug in it. It could be so many problems that I just don't want to mess with it anymore, just because it's so. First of all, it takes so long to just figure out what is wrong with the tablet, and then usually you can use Photoshop for like a month or so, then there's a new update and haha, the bug is back. You have to find a new solution. And you have to do the same stuff again and again and again and again. So now I just don't care anymore. It beat me. I am beaten. I'm not gonna care about it anymore. Remember, there was this game on the Nintendo DS called Professor Layton and his I don't know, sidekick, whatever. They would run around. It was like a kids game where you could learn about math and like solving problems, solving riddles and all that. You would basically, there's like this detective Layton. He would run around and try to solve mysteries, and he would have to find out clues by speaking with people, and then they would give him a riddle, and if he can solve the riddle, he gets the information that he wanted. It was actually a pretty cool game. The riddles that I like the most were more like these puzzle riddles, for example, like Tetris. Oh well, you have your suitcase, and you wanna pack your stuff so you can go drive or like use the train to get somewhere. How would you put all the stuff into the suitcase so that it fits perfectly in there? Or you have this hamster. This cook on the train gave you this hamster, and the hamster wants to get to the food, and then there's like this small labyrinth that you have to do. But then at some point, I guess you reach the riddle end game, and also you don't have to finish all riddles to finish the game. I think you have to do like 60% or so of all of them. So it's not like you have to do all of them, but some of them are kind of like story relevant, so you have to do them, but they aren't as difficult as other ones, like side missions basically. And then like you would do all these small riddles, which are kind of fun, kind of interesting, pretty simple though. And then at some point you get to, oh well, I have this new porridge, and this porridge is made out of 2 circles. These circles are connected by a concave, like they are connected by an inverted circle basically. So how much space is in these circles? And you're like, okay, well, I have to know how I can calculate the space that is inside of a circle. Then I have to know how to calculate the space that is connecting the 2 circles, and then I have to add all the stuff. I was like 12 when I got that game, so that was one of the riddles that I never finished. I think I never finished it. I never went back to it. I asked my parents if they knew how to do it, but they didn't know either, because it's like such a specific like a math problem that nobody really knows how to do that, except maybe for like I guess math tutors or like math teachers. But it was still pretty fun. I think I played through the game like 2 or 3 times. It was pretty cool. I wonder if there are like games like that on the PC. It was more like a point and click adventure with some riddles, but it was still pretty fun, because so a point and click adventure is like you would have like a screen with an environment, and then you would click somewhere else and you would go into the next part, and you have the screen with an environment, and in every environment was basically a Where's Walter game, basically, where you can find small coins everywhere hidden in all these screens. So you would tap around on the bottom part of the screen, the bottom part of the Nintendo DS, where you can use your touch pad or touch pen. So you would just tap around everywhere and try to find these coins, which are used to get you hints for all the riddles, to like make it easier. So you can make it easier for yourself, but the math problem was just too hard. It was just absolutely broken. I wonder if I still have that game. I think I do, but I don't think I could play it now. I also have had this Asterix, no, is that a German series? Asterix and Obelix? I don't know. But that game had this mechanic where you need to use your touchpad at the bottom and draw the route they had to drive or to drive with their, I don't know, like like hook that is attached to some sort of rail where they would go down on. So you kind of have to draw where they need to go. The problem is I was kind of just playing around with all the settings in the Nintendo 3DS, and I thought it was funny to because I didn't know what that actually does, to recalibrate my touch screen so that every to recalibrate your touch screen, you got this grid of points, and then you would tap on every point to kind of recalibrate your touchpad, to show, okay, the point is exactly where I'm touching it, and that's how you recalibrate the touchpad. So what you would do is what I did is I tapped every single point right except for the one at the bottom, at the top right. What I would do with this one is I would tap on every point except for the top right one, and what I would do for the top right one is I would just tap like all the way to the left. So then if you would draw something, you would see like a straight line from left to right, and then if you reach the point where I get to the point at the top right, you would see this line going to the left or down, I don't remember exactly. So every time I went into this game and tried to draw the route that they had to drive, you would see like I would always fail, and it didn't tell me, like it didn't show me what I draw, it only tells me that I failed or I didn't fail. The problem, or like the game wasn't hard, but I made it harder on myself, and I didn't know that recalibration does that. So for like probably like 2 months or so, I always failed at that level. I restarted, tried again, tried again. I just always thought it was like a bug until I realized that I recalibrated my touchpad wrong, and I couldn't solve it because I screwed myself. Okay. Okay, let's make a quick render, and then if that works with the mask, we can go over to the next part. We're gonna do the cloth first, and then we're gonna go over to the arms. Oh, I also wanna lighten up the sculpt a little bit. I think that could make it look like, just overall enhance the look. Make it look a little bit more similar to the arms. Maybe we should keep it pretty gray, so we can see a very strong contrast between the arms and the body. I don't know. We'll see. I think we can add some stylization. We don't have to go completely realistic. I think the material overall already looks pretty good, so we can like make it a little bit brighter. Shouldn't hurt. Okay, 45 seconds left. Okay, you can already see. I should have. Maybe we could remove the mask to see what it was before, what it was like before and then after. That might be a good move, just to see if that actually makes it look better. I think it does. But I wanna. I don't like these two spots at the bottom though. They look too unnatural. They look like as if they were drawn in. What a coincidence. Maybe we could make those a little bit more natural. They look too smooth. But the other one looks good. Okay, so let's adjust the other two real quick and then we should be good. Maybe we could even add some over here just to really make this look unique and natural. There you go. Hopefully that helps over here as well. Just making it less round, I guess. There you go. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, that looks way better. Look at it. Oh, yeah. Okay, perfect. Let's see this side. There's no light, but maybe we'll see it anyway. Yeah, looks good. I like it. Okay, perfect. So, on to the cloth. We also have a foot that I haven't retopologized yet. I don't know if I really need to though. Maybe we can just apply the cloth procedural shader to it as well. We'll see. So let's do the cloth. First of all, I'm just going to remove the body so we don't have to spend too much time rendering the body. There you go. Okay. I'm gonna remove the foot as well. Okay, so we don't need this base. There you go. Okay, let's go into rendered view. So we can see it's way too big, and also we can see that we use the UV mapping for some of these parts, which doesn't really work because there's no UV for the cloth. So we probably have to put this to something else. We could probably first of all go in here and does that work? I mean, we could try. Just go ahead and unwrap it. Smart UV project maybe. Maybe we could say let's use cylinder projection. That could work. Okay, hopefully that works. So now we can go ahead and use the UV hopefully. I think the best way to make this look good would be to go through every single texture to make sure everything's looking right. So we're going to go ahead and start with this one. Okay, well, that's exactly the same. Perfect. What is this even? Oh, that's the base color. Wait, the texture's kind of small though. Ah, there it is. That's better. Comparing it to the body. Oh, I made a mistake. What did I do? I forgot to unlink the cloth. Wait, what happened? Oh, I used the wrong scopes. Okay. We have to bring the retopology in. Well, that's better. Okay. So we first of all have to unlink these two objects. Oh, wait, what? Lighting test? Okay. Well. Oh yeah, of course. So, okay. Remove retopology, and then we can work on this. Actually, no, I'm gonna keep the body so I can have something for reference to see what it actually it's supposed to look like. First of all, I'm gonna increase. No, hold on. Where's my color? There it is. That should work better. Okay. You know, no, that still looks too... Can we make this stronger? I think we have to... Oh, okay, we're gonna... I'm just gonna fiddle around with these settings to kind of see if this kind of fixes everything, but yeah, we'll see. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead on amount. Yeah, scale. We have to change the scale. We have to make it smaller, so we have to go ahead and make this number higher. We can see the scale is way too big right now. Maybe like that. That looks pretty good. Okay, so next up we have the scale of this noise texture. What does it look like? We can see nothing. Perfect. What does it look like for this part here? Looks exactly the same. Awesome. We can't even see what the difference is. Maybe in here? Huh. Oh, okay, we have to do a few changes. Okay, that should work. Hopefully. Let's see. Yeah, I think it does. Okay. We have the bump damage. Can we use that though? That's the problem. Because we don't have a texture. We cannot apply the texture to the sculpt because there's no real like UV map. Maybe what you could do is we could go ahead and select everything and then just say project cylinder projection. Maybe that works. Nope. Wait. Okay. Maybe we have to change it to a procedural texture, although that's kind of hard or kind of annoying to set up. Where is it? There it is. Maybe if we add a mapping node, change the scale. Oh no, we have to use a different bump node because we have a different, oh, this is a very rough material, so we can just remove this and create our own procedural bump map. What I'm going to use for that is a noise texture. Of course, with a color ramp and mapping. So this one has to be very, very rough. So we have to bump up the detail first of all, and then also the roughness. We can bump up the blacks and whites to give it some more contrast. So the lower spots are lower and the higher spots are higher. There you go. If we bring this into the multiply node, hopefully that works. Look at that. Exactly what I wanted. But it's too strong. I'm gonna need my reference. There we go. Okay. You can see that's what I'm going for. So we kind of have to bump, like, keep this a little bit down. Maybe you have to bring this black up to something more like 0.3. This one can be 0.7. Maybe still too strong though. I think it is too strong. Maybe we should use another map to control the strength of this map. Or what you could do is we could just bump this white part up. To create some flat parts. Like that. That could work as well. Maybe we should change the scale though. Okay. That might work. Yeah, I think this works quite well. Okay, do we have other textures in here? We have. What is this one? Aerial asphalt. Do we see this anywhere? I don't see anything. What are you doing? Where is it? Is it too big? I guess. Oh, there it is. No, it's probably not too big, is it? There it is. It looks weird, so let's adjust it. I think the size is okay, but we kind of want to change the rotation. Okay, yeah, I think I like this one. So if we bring it back to what it was before, let's see. Can we see some lines? I don't know if we can. Kind of hard to see. I think we have to see it from afar, otherwise it's just too much. I also have to kind of compare it to the upper part, otherwise this doesn't work. Let's see. Okay, I think the cuts still have to be smaller, the scratches, so we're gonna do that real quick. Maybe we can put this to 10. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Do we have more of these textures? We have another noise texture. What does that look like? That looks pretty good already. Let's see what it looks like in here. Yeah, it looks almost the same. Perfect. So I think we've adapted the cloth to the body. Perfect. What I wanted to do is I wanted to make this sculpt a little bit brighter. So that's what I'm going to do now. Where's the brightness part? I don't remember. Maybe here? Yeah, there it is. So that's pure white. I don't want to put it to completely pure white. I just want to make it a little bit lighter. Let's put it to 0.3. There you go. Or maybe, no, that's, oh, hold on. 0.4? 0.5? I think I like 0.5. Perfect. Let's do a quick render with the cloth just to see if it looks good. And then we can go over to the arms. We can maybe go into slot 2 so we can compare this version to the adapted version. There you go. Render. Hopefully that doesn't take too long. I don't know how long. Oh, or we just render nothing. There you go. Let's try again. Okay. I think one of the highest played games that I have overall in my entire life would probably be Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate. I just remembered it because I think the progression of me playing Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate was probably the best you could kind of imagine, actually. So at some point I wanted to buy a new game at there's a shop called Saturn basically. We have either Media Markt or Saturn. That's what the shop is called, or like the shop. And I would go into the games section and I would see this game. Oh well, there's this cool dude with this cool armor and this cool weapon in front of this dragon. Looks like you can fight monsters. And my pipe dream of a game was always to have a real-time fighting game, 3D fighting game. Before I only played like Dragon Quest, where you would like have like round-based fighting systems where you like would stand in front of the monster. Okay, I want to hit this monster 4 or 5. Then you wait, okay, it's your turn, attack, and then you wait again and you plan your attack again. That was always like the games that I played before. So I wanted to play a game where you actually had to where you have the same or a similar fighting system to Dark Souls, where you have to like real time react to the moves of the monster or of whatever you're fighting, and you have to like time your attacks with your reactions to these attacks. Just because I think that is more exciting than, I don't know, crunching the numbers on which ability does more damage. So I found this game, and I actually remembered like thinking about, oh, it would be so cool if there would be like a game where you can like fight monsters and it would be like in real time, and you would have to fight, like you have to fight them, and all that stuff. And then I bought that game because it looked exactly like what I wanted, and it was exactly what I wanted. I could not only fight monsters in real time, but I can also in 3D, but I can also carve pieces out of that monster and create new armor that looks like that monster and is better than the armor that I had before, to fight even bigger monster, to get even better armor, to fight even bigger monster, to fight better armor, to get better armor, to get cooler looking armor, and all that stuff. So I love that progression. I played the game all the way, so there was like basically 2 trees. There was the story, and then usually in all the Nintendo DS Monster Hunter games, there's the story. And then there's the multiplayer region. So basically there was like a city, and it is split up into two parts. It is either the single player section, where you do the story. So you go, oh well, oh no, there's this monster attacking us. Can you kill it so it's not a threat anymore? So you would go ahead and kill the monster. Oh well, thank you. You can, I don't know, now hunt the monster to get more pieces for your armor. And then you could do the story, and at the end you would reach that exotic, extreme, huge monster that you could fight, and you get this new crazy armor. Yeah, that was basically like the whole storyline. But then in the multiplayer section, you do not only have more ranks where you can like climb up to, you also have not only, so usually what happens is you have low rank, where you start off at from low rank, I think 6, or like low rank 1 to low rank 6, and then you switch to high rank, where some monsters come back maybe with different attacks, maybe with variants that look different, that have more different attacks and whatever. You can get like new armor. But also in the online region, in the online city, you can not only play low rank, high rank, but you can also play G rank, like one more step, like with even more monsters, even new monsters, and even better monsters, even better armor, new variants and all that stuff. So after I basically beat the whole game, the whole story, I discovered, oh dude, there are even more quests in here. So I went ahead and did all these quests. I did the whole game again, like from high rank up, no, from low rank up to high rank, and then, oh dude, there's another rank, G rank, okay, let's go. And then like going even higher, beating all those monsters and basically beating almost everything that the game had to offer, basically going all the way to high, G rank 7 or so, like the highest one. And then my friend also bought the game a little bit later, so we kind of always talked about it. Oh dude, did you do that monster already? Did you fight that monster? Oh, look at that cool armor and all that. But we never really played together. And then at some point, one of my friends that is more like, he was usually the friend where everybody would go to. He was the friend where it was basically like his house was always open. If like there was a friend that wanted to come to him and like hang out with him, they could just go to him and like they could just hang out without him having to invite them. And that's kind of what he wanted. And he I think one Christmas night he got a Nintendo Wii U as a gift, in a bundle with Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, which meant that after I've played through the whole game, not only the story mode but also the online mode, the extended mode basically, he got the game and said like, oh dude, you have the game as well. And we saw that you can connect locally, you can play with the Wii U as the hub device basically. You can join with I think 2 or 3 Nintendo DS's to the Wii U. So he would host the game and we would basically connect to his Wii U so we can play on his account basically, get the progression there, and we would just do the whole online mode together. And we would probably like spend endless nights going from like 7 p.m. or like even earlier all the way up to 5 a.m. then go to sleep, then wake up and play again the whole day, and then go back home, and then maybe do it again next weekend. We would do that like every single weekend. That was probably the best gaming experience with a single game that I ever had, because it was like so drawn out and it was always different. Because in the beginning you would only like play the story, okay, it was pretty cool. Then you would discover, oh dude, there's even more. Then you do it solo, you can talk with your friend about it, and then, oh dude, I have the game now as well, let's play it again. And then you would play the same game again, but now with your friends together, which makes the game even better. Especially if you can guide someone that never played the game through the game and you already know what is happening or what is going on. That kind of like you can kind of experience the feeling that you had in the beginning again through him, or like through that person that you show whatever you want to show them, or what excited you. So yeah, that was probably the best the best gaming experience that I ever had. And I think that game is still the most played game on my Nintendo DS. I think at the end I had around 600 or 700 hours, which isn't as much as my most played game on games on PC, but it's still quite a lot. And then the next game came out and we did the exact same thing again, but then we all had to play on the Nintendo DS, but it wasn't too bad, so we just all played. We still went to my friend and played through the night with our DS's. It was just so much fun. Okay, so I think this cloth looks pretty good. So the next step would be to do the arms. Oh, so okay, I'm gonna go back to sitting, hold on. Okay, so let's work on the arms. I think what I want to do is I want to do a quick material study just to see what would fit best. What is like, or no, what I want to do first is I want to do a color study, basically going through the colors that I have in mind, which could fit well into this piece. Basically, what kind of fits well as an addition to this grayish white marble shader. So let's go ahead and bring back the arms and the hands, of course. There you go. And then what I want to do first, I want to make a shader for all the individual parts. We have the cover. The cover will have a shader. Oh, I don't know if I want to... We could maybe spread out all these covers on one single texture. I think that works. But before we do that, I'm gonna make a material for all of them. So we have the cover right here. We're gonna make a new material. Let's go into... I'm gonna hide the retopology so we don't see it. Same with the cloth. There you go. Okay, so let's work on the arms. We need a new material. Let's call it cover. Okay, let's go into material preview. Okay, so the cover I think can stay white. I like it when it's white. I think we can make it even purer white than the original sculpt to make it look newer and like, yeah, enhanced, because there are no scratches and all that on it. Like a new paint job, basically. Let's just quickly link all the other cover parts to that piece. Oh, that's quite a lot. Link material. Okay, perfect. We also have the hand cover, of course. I'm gonna do a separate material for the fingerprint pad, because I think that could look cool. I think all the other parts can stay or can have the same material, but I like to make like a custom fingerprint material, maybe like a rubbery texture or whatever. I think that could look cool. Okay, link it. Let's see, do we have the full hand? Oh, we have to add the ball as well. I'm gonna add the ball to the rest for now. I think I'm gonna make another material for the ball, or I'm gonna include the ball into a different material. Do the other hand. You know what? Hand cover, there you go. Okay, perfect. So the cover will stay white for now. What we also have are the bones and the muscle. Those are the three parts basically, and of course the fingerprints. Or the fingerprints. I'm gonna make a fingerprint material real quick. Fingerprint. Okay. Other side as well. Okay. Perfect. Then we have muscles. Let's remove the cover part. Oh, that's only for the hand, I guess. Arm. Okay, well, we didn't... Okay. Okay. So, there we have the exoskeleton. I'm gonna do the muscle first. We're just gonna call it muscle, I guess. Or muscles. Let's call it muscle. Link all the muscles. Okay. A few more. There you go. Okay, so now we have 3 different... Oh no, we have one more, which are the bones. Maybe also the cables. I think I'm gonna include the cables into the... let's see. We're gonna decide on that later. I'm gonna... First of all, where are the cables? There they are. Cable... 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 I'm gonna separate them for now. We can still put them or like add them to a different material later. So make a new material. Let's call it cable for now, or cable temp for temporary. We then have the skeleton, the bony parts basically. The smiley face. Okay. There's so many parts to this part that we kind of have to... Oh boy. Link. No, we'll make a new material. Call it bones. We can link all those to the bone material. Okay. There was actually like a video that was kind of controversial recently. Who would have thought? A YouTube video kind of proposing the idea that inherently bad enemy races, or overall inherently bad races in video games, are bad game design. And I think everybody kind of gets mad about it or over it just because it kind of related video game races to real life races, which made the whole video kind of have a racial undertone, which a lot of people didn't like. Maybe it was intentional, maybe it wasn't, I don't know. But I think I like the idea behind it. Basically that a race that is just inherently bad, that always tries to do, I guess, the worst in your perspective, is bad game design. Just because that kind of leads to missing depth. Meaning, if you had a race that whatever it does, it will always do what is bad for you, you lose out on potential, depth, connections, whatever. Basically, the equation, or like the a good example they showed was basically, what is it? Mass Effect, where you have all these different races, and at first it appears as if like there's this enemy alien race, this bad alien race that only wants to destroy you. But then if you look closer into it, you can see, oh dude, they're only doing it to save their own species or whatever. And then there's like this added depth to the whole story, to the characters, to the race, which leads to more interesting storylines, or can lead to more interesting storylines. So I like the premise and overall like the idea behind it and the reasoning, but I think there was like unnecessary like real life examples, and it always felt like, okay, well, do you really only talk about fantasy races, or do you actually talk about like real life races? It was always like with this undertone. So I can understand why people were mad. Of course, people are oftentimes mad about everything, but I think this was a little bit justified. But I like the idea. It's not like the video was like complete trash and the reasoning was like non-existent. It was actually pretty interesting, the overall idea behind it. So I like the thought process, like, well, if they're like 100% bad, well, yeah, that you basically, that is bad game design because you miss out on the most simple, like the simplest way of adding depth to your game or to your story, which which is bad game design basically. I say bad thing game design too much. Wait, the cable, do they have their own texture? Yeah, they do. That's a material. Is there more? This one is the bone. That's another cable. There you go. So I'm going to do very, I guess, conceptual colors first, like this strong blue, this very saturated blue, this very saturated green, just to distinguish all the colors, to see if everything is in the right, in the right shader, or applied, the right shaders applied to the object, to spot any misbehavings. Okay, it looks pretty good. Oh, there's a cable missing. That's why it's so laggy right now. Okay. You know, we have this at work. We made a so there was a church that wanted to know, or wanted to get some feedback, not only from like people that go to church, also like they wanted to get feedback from all the people, basically people that go to church or people that don't go to church, whether or not, or on why, or what the standing is of the church to these people. So why do you not go, or do you go to church? If do you not go to church, what would you kind of relate to the church, what symbol, what color, and all that, what adjective. And they just wanted to know what they could improve, basically like a feedback session. So the project is basically, we have these multiple interviews with, first of all, like not children, but more like teenagers, first of all, teenagers that are close to the church, or like they go to church, and then teenagers that don't go to church. And then afterwards they had interviews with adults that go to church, and then adults that don't go to church. And now I'm the one that kind of, or that the project is already done, that like cut everything together. Basically just grabbing all the snippets that were interesting or important and cutting them together into this 1.5 hour long interview. And the questions were pretty interesting, or at least one of them were that I actually thought about. The question was, what could the church do to be more relevant in people's life, or how could the church be noticed by like new people? So basically, how could the church get like new members? Because you have to pay for church. Basically, there's a not church fee, but a church tax that you have to pay if you're in a church, which of course most people don't do, because they either leave the church and then they don't have to pay that tax money, or they go to church and then they just pay it. But there are more and more people that leave the church, so the churches lose more and more money. So they kind of want to find a solution to getting back some of their members. And one of the questions was like, how can the church get more members, or how can they advertise to get more members? And the first thing that came actually to my mind was the idea of making a vlog. And the only reason that was the first idea was because I discovered this new vlog that I watch now about I talked about it before, the urban rescue ranch, with a dude that has like a rescue ranch in his backyard of his house, with chicken, with a kangaroo, with ostriches, rayas that are like small ostriches basically, pigeons, a dog, and like multiple other animals that they either like that are rescue animals, or like they have just like a, I guess, disorder, or like when they grow up with like his disorder, he picks them up and tries to to care for them. And he does a vlog either every day or every second day, kind of going over his plans, what he's doing that day, or what he is what his chores are, just basically feeding all the animals, or talking or going to buy some, I don't know, food or whatever. And he all does that in I mean, if you're the church, you kind of want people to, like, you need money, of course. The church doesn't really, I don't think the church will accept their death. I think they will try to keep as many members as they can, because otherwise they won't get any money. So of course they need people to like them, otherwise they can't survive. So I actually discovered that vlogs aren't only, or aren't dead. You can still do interesting vlogs, but you can still do interesting vlogs as long as you do something interesting every day, I guess. So the first idea I had was a vlog for that, for the pastor, because he can kind of like show, oh dude, like every day you can make an Instagram post doing another, I don't know, doing another prayer with my homies or whatever, and then kind of showing what is behind the closed door in every church or whatever, like doing some interesting videos talking about how a pastor spends their time, what they do. I don't know, just showing their everyday life maybe. I think that is still interesting. Maybe you're not really interested in churches, but maybe you're even just interested in what a pastor does. And maybe then if you're interested in, oh dude, what he does is actually pretty cool, and then you show like people coming to church and then like singing together or whatever, praying, whatever. Yeah, I think that is like a very easy way to bring more people back to church. I'm not in any church. I'm not like religious, so I don't really care about it, but that was like one of the ideas that I had. I think that could actually work, because if it works for the urban rescue ranch, it can also work for him. Because as long as you do interesting content, people will respond positively to that. Okay, so we made custom shaders. We assigned all these pieces to custom shaders. Wait, we forgot arm R. No, hold on. Wait, what? Arm L? Wait, where's all that stuff? Hand cover? Nope. I'm missing the upper arm, the upper right arm. Where is it? I need it. Wait, what? Yeah, I think for the church to reach younger people, I think the best way to do that would be to use social media, whether that is Facebook or Facebook maybe rather for older people, but Facebook or Instagram or TikTok, especially TikTok. You can like do so much trash on TikTok and still like reach a lot of people, that it's and it's like it can be like things you do like it doesn't even need to be that much effort, like like making it like you can only do 1 minute long videos, so you can't really spend too much time on doing like a lot of editing or whatever. So yeah, I think social media overall is the best way to reach new people if you want to do that. Of course, the problem is the church is pretty, I guess, old school, and they maybe don't really think about using social media because it's like maybe weird for them, whatever. But I mean, you either can choose to get bigger or you choose to stay that small or even smaller. Okay, did I just delete the upper arm? Please don't tell me I deleted the upper arm. Oh, okay, okay, it's still there. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly delete everything that I don't need anymore. Modules can stay. Backup. Yeah, we can remove all of this as well. Okay, perfect. So let's go over color. So my idea was to make a mix between white for the cover, then gold, and maybe purple. Maybe purple, we'll see. So the prominent color will be white for the cover, then gold will probably be for the bones. We'll see. Let's see if we go in here and make like a quick gold color like this. Ooh, nice gold. we can make it metallic so it looks a little bit more goldish. There you go. And then also we have the muscles. Give me the muscle. The muscle could probably be like purple. Let's see. Let's make it purple and see if that looks good. Making it like a nice deep purple. Maybe a little bit darker. Ooh, look at that. You know, you might wonder why I have this this color combination from. Oh yeah, I like that. Look at that cable. Can you see the cable? Hold on, I have to go to this one. Wait, the cable still has a weird color. Does it? Yeah. Should we? Yeah, I'm gonna make the cable purple as well. Yeah, let's do that. Muscle. Look at that. Oh yeah. Cable temporary. Muscle. So you might wonder where I have this this specific color combination from. There, let me tell you the story of Destiny 2. So as you know, I'm still playing Destiny 2. It is still an active game, although many people say it is dead. There are still a lot of people. There are still a lot of people that play it, me included. And it actually all started with Destiny 1. So the friends, my old friends, played Destiny 1 on the PlayStation 3, I think. And they didn't know me yet. So they just played with their cousins and played that all day. And they liked it a lot. Especially after a few DLCs came out and there was more content. And then one day, Destiny 2 was announced. I didn't know anything about Destiny 2. I didn't even know my friends back then. At some point, I think we were playing League of Legends with my friends back then. And then my friends decided to invite the other friend, the newer friend, I would call him. So that was the first time that I met him, basically. And after that, we played just more and more games together. No, not even. What we actually did was we just played like a game or so, and then we never. I would see him like, because we would like live close together. So when I would like go to school with like using the bus, I would sometimes see him. He was also in my my grade school, the first school you go to. So we kind of knew each other from like looks, but we'd never really talked or whatever. My friend knew him, but I never really talked to him. But then I had this first encounter with him when I played a league game with him. And then for a long time we never really talked. Or yeah, we never had contact after that. But then at some point, Pokemon Go came out. And everybody played that game. Everybody. So at some point my friends decided to, or asked me, hey, do you want to go and catch some Pokemon? We wanted to go into this, like go into the city and like catch some there, because there are like different ones. I would say like, okay, yeah, well, why not? Sure. And they would invite him as well. That's where I met him the second time, and we kind of talked a little bit more with each other. Like we kind of got to know each other a little bit more. And then at some point, another game came out, which was called Garry's Mod. Not Garry's Mod, but Trouble in Terrorist Town. I got invited to that game. And then there was this, I think Trouble in Terrorist Town was this weird transition. I don't want to say I got annoyed with my back then friends, but their interests transitioned in a different direction than mine. So we didn't really have that much in common anymore. So I kind of spent less time with them. And they stopped playing Trouble in Terrorist Town. But the new friends that I met through Trouble in Terrorist Town still played it. So I still joined them and I played with them. Some older friends still joined as well, but it was like a small transition between like the new group and the old group and the new group. At some point it got kind of distilled to just this one person because everybody some people decided to not play games anymore because they had like other stuff to do. Some just, I don't know, weren't really in the friend group anyway. And so at the end it was only me and that friend. And yeah, we played a lot together. Games, a lot of games. And then at some point he said like, oh dude, there's this new game coming out, Destiny 2. The first game was super awesome. And I'm like, oh dude, sounds awesome. I'm gonna buy a PlayStation to play that game with you, because he asked if I want to join. And I was like, oh yeah, why not, sure. And I bought his old PlayStation because he wanted to buy a new one. So I bought his old one. And he bought a new one. So I had a new PlayStation, or like an old PlayStation, which was of course cheaper. So I actually had a pretty good deal. I got a pretty good deal for the PlayStation. And I bought Destiny 2 as well. So then we started playing the game. And it turns out the game is pretty shallow. So we all stopped, like we grinded the game from day one. But the game was more designed for casuals, meaning if you play the game like how I would play it now, like, I don't know, like a few hours every week, then you would take like, I don't know, a few months until you're done with all the content. But if you play it every day for like 5 hours or so, you're gonna rush through all the content in like a week, which of course isn't optimal. And at some point you kind of get burned out because there's nothing you can do. And there was like, yeah, no real like end game mechanic. Everything was just boring, shallow content with no real depth. So we quickly decided to not play that game anymore. And then we went on to play other games. But then a year later, the DLC that changed everything came out. It added way more endgame content, way more depth. Basically, Destiny 2 on release ×2 in terms of content and depth. And I was the first one to pick it up. I somehow remembered the game, I think through an advertisement. And I thought to myself, while playing Destiny 2, Destiny 2 was still fun while playing it. And the added benefit was I only played Destiny 2 on the PlayStation because the PC port came out a month later. And we of course wanted to play the game from the start. So now I had the opportunity to play the game I had the opportunity to play the new DLC on PC, what I would usually use to play games. And it's supposed to have like way more content. It's supposed to be way better, basically revitalization of the game. So I bought the game and I played it, and it was awesome. It was probably one of the best, like probably part of the best gaming experiences that I had so far. Yeah, and I played it probably all the way, probably every day for 5 hours or so for 2 months or so, until I went through all the content. And then there was the year-long, I guess, content drops that came out. So I had this new this new passion for the game. Actually, we already went way ahead or way past my original story. So where does this color scheme come from? So in Destiny, you have, of course, armor pieces. It's like an MMORPG in first-person view, meaning you collect gear and like fight enemies and all that stuff. Have level, you can level up, and all that good stuff. So what you would do for gear is you can, first of all, of course, collect gear, but you can also, of course, customize your character, meaning stuff like you can combine armor pieces to create like your own custom armor set, or you could you can collect new armor, and you can also apply shader to your armor to recolor that armor. And there was of course, with every MMORPG there are raids, or like big dungeons, or whatever you want to call them. In Destiny they were called raids, where you go in with 6 people and do basically like a raid. You have to figure out the mechanics, and then you can go ahead, kill the boss, and get armor and shaders, which can change the color of your armor. And one of the shaders that you were able to get, or the shader, the raid shader, was a shader that was called, I don't even remember, but it was a shader that was colored in white, gold, and purple, which looks just awesome on every single armor piece and every single weapon you applied that shader to. So basically, and that shader was basically universally loved by everyone, just because usually what people love is like a shader that is either pure black or pure white, or added, or with an added like small little gold to it. And this shader being almost fully white with added gold, and then also like a small accent color of purple, looked just super awesome. And up and like to this day, like the game came out I think like 3 or 4 years ago, to this day the shader I think is still one of the most popular shaders that exists. So that's why I wanted to try this color. It's like a very not glorious, like, hold on, how could you call it, like a rich, no, not rich, glamorous shader. There was a certain, what's the adjective? So what do you call someone when they're, okay, what is a synonym for wealthy? Prosperous. No, prosperous is considered weird. Opulent. That was it. Opulent. Yeah, it has this very clean but also like royal color scheme that I think fits really well to the sculpt, with these gold accents and this filthy rich. Yeah, well, that works as well, I guess. But I think that's a good theme for these Greek sculptures. Yeah, so that's where this color scheme comes from. I think it fits quite well. Of course, the shader right now is just pure color and like some glossy adjustments, but I think this is a good start. I'm kind of debating whether or not I should make the muscles purple, or maybe I should switch the bones and make the bones purple. I think I'm gonna keep the bones golden and the muscles purple. Maybe the muscles can be a little bit more dark, a little bit darker, more dark, very dark. As I said yesterday, I want to go learn more, I guess, adjectives. Are there adjectives? More? Yeah. like I want to exchange or like change my vocabulary from more whatever to the specific like word. Hold on, what is more? I didn't even remember what I said. Okay, so now we have set the basic color. Now we can go into more detail. I think we're going to start with this gold shader. I actually have a gold shader that I could use. So to save some time, I think that is a good start, or a good material to start off of. I just need to find it. Hold on. It was in my recreation of a 2-year-old project video or project. That was in February. Materials. I don't remember what it's called. I think it's brass. You know what? I'm just gonna open up the project so I can exactly know which one it is. Of course, right now you can see the cover is pretty boring because it's just flat out white. So I think I'm gonna add some sort of like floral structure to it to make it look more interesting. But first of all, I want to see where I can get this gold shader from. Oh. Da-da-da. Wait, where am I? Wait, close the window. Oh no. Okay, there it is. Nope, not there. There it is. Okay. So let me just quickly see. You cannot see what I see right now. I have a second window open. Oh, from like Blender window open that you can see. I'll just quickly pull up or like look what the shader is called. Is that the gold shader? I think so. I think so. Okay, let's call it gold. There you go. Do we have anything else we could use here? I don't think so. Okay. Perfect. Let's append the material. There it is. Okay. Let's see. What does that look like? Ooh. Okay. I think I added a anisotropy as well, which isn't really necessary. So I'm gonna just remove it. Okay, let's see. What do we have here? Okay, so we can see I've added some like a roughness texture to it. There's no bump yet, no bumps. Oh no, there are bumps, but they're super small, so we kind of have to adjust, I guess, the size. What if we apply the size, the scale? Well, that didn't do much. It inverted the bump map. What is? Wait, what? Okay. Maybe we shouldn't do that then. Oh, there they are. That's what I call bumps. Or surface imperfections. But they're not perfect yet. I think I'm going to do a quick material study. I want to find a good gold material that could fit into this theme. I have a reference for the... What is it called? Battlestar? No, not Battlestar. The Alita movie. They are using a gold accent color as well. So yeah, we have this one. Oh, hold on. We have this reference, which is more like a... Oh, yeah, we went into a rose gold color, right. Let me just quickly pull up the reference for that. I have to download it real quick. I wonder if rose gold fits into this color scheme, or if like this red shimmer in there is too much. We'll see. Inspiration. Oh, there it is. Oh, I also wanted to add one more thing. Maybe I'll add it later. I wanted to add a backdrop so we have some sort of gradient in the background. I think that'd look better than just a plain black or grayish, dark gray background. I think that'd look better. Oh my god, there's something in my eye. Okay. Material. Okay. Oh, we already saved it. Okay. Gimme the heart. There it is. Look at it. Beautiful. So. Oh, there's a better version. Nope, that's not better, I guess. Okay, well. So we can see, I wonder if that is like just a different color, or if it has like a shimmer around it that makes it gold. Let's see if there's like a rose gold color I can just apply to the, I guess, to the node. Rose gold PBR. No, rose gold PBR hex color. Okay, let's see if that works. That looks too pink for me. Let's see. Mapping. There it is. Oh, that's quite brown. Let's see. Oh, that's pink. Nope. Okay. Is there like a shimmer? I mean, we could add a shimmer. What about a sheen? What is a sheen? What is a sheen? Hold on. I want to look that up real quick. Maybe that's exactly what I wanted, but I don't think so. Blender manual. Not manual the name, but rather the manual. Blender manual. Principled BSDF. Inputs. Sheen. Specular tint. Tints the facing specular reflection using the base color, while glancing reflections remains white. Ah. Sheen. Amount of soft velvet-like reflections near edges for simulating materials such as cloth. Okay. Let's see if that actually works. Let's enable sheen. Okay. Well, it does nothing, I guess. Doesn't work. Well, okay. Maybe sheen isn't the option we want. But there's a very easy option we can use. Which will just bring in now, which will be Fresnel. Fresnel is basically... Fresnel adds a gradient to a geometric object, which takes into account the view angle that you have to the surface of that object. So the bigger the view angle, the wider the gradient is. So if we bring in the Fresnel, we can see what happens. So if you're facing the surface, if you're parallel to the surface, basically, it is black or gray. If you're just seeing like the edge of the surface that is like facing in a different direction, you can see it gets white. We can stress that effect just bumping up the black, so you can see right there what happens. So we could use this to make like a small like a tint around the outside of the object. We're going to use this to create the rose gold effect. Hold on, rose gold. I just want to see some real life applications. That doesn't really look like what I want. I guess we're just going to use this one as the best reference. So this isn't actually not like real rose gold. This is more like gold rose. More gold than red, I guess, or rosé. We can also use not Fresnel but layer weight. With layer weight you have more control over the gradient. There you go. So now we're going to just use a mix RGB node and use the facing input as the factor. What that does is, if we bring in two different colors, red and blue, you can see nothing happens because we have to put in the shader again, plug it in, and then after some render time, oh, look at that. We have a red ball which mixes with the blue the further out it goes to the edge. So if we change the blend mode, we can see we can kind of bring in either more blue or less blue, and that's how we can add this nice tint. So first of all, I need a good gold color. Oh, do I still have that bookmark? 3D index of refractionless? No. PBR material color list. There's a list with all colors basically. Oh, is it this one? Coal, forged iron. Is there like gold as well? Sand, rough wood, snow, gold. But there's a collection of all like different materials, what color they have, with hex code numbers, or like, yeah, hex codes that you can then just copy and put in your note to get the exact gold color, for example. Enterprise, no. Oh, the PBR guide, no. PBR gold color. What is the default color of gold? Reflectance reflectance values for metals. Gold base color hex value FFE 39D. Okay. FFE 39D. Look at that. I think we can make it a little bit more saturated. Give it more saturation. There you go. Can also be probably a little bit more red. Add some redness to it. getting closer to what we see in the reference. Look at that, perfect. Oh yeah, perfect, okay. I think that's a good start value. And then we're gonna go to the other one. We can make it maybe like a reddish color. I like this already. Look at that. Easy. Perfect. So that's a good start. I want to make this less saturated now. Oh, that's a huge shift from one to, what is it, like 0.9? Oh my god. Yeah, but I think I like it. Like this. Look at that. Okay, so now we can adjust this facing value a little bit to kind of change the tint, give it either more or less. I think I like a value of 0.7. Maybe, let's put it to 0.6. I like 0.6. I think the default value is 0.5, so adding one more shouldn't hurt. Of course, now we have to link all the bones again. So let's do that real quick. Hand bones, select object. There you go. We have some arm bones as well. Not trombones, but arm bones. Hold on. Okay. Perfect. Other side. Yeah, and if we bring this bone color a little bit more to this purple, I think that'll fit even better. Or that, yeah, that'll just be even more harmonious. Come here, smiley face. There you go. There you go. Look at that. Oh, yeah. You know, I'm gonna... it's a little bit too red. Too reddish. Maybe we should remove some of that yellow, or bring it more to yellow. That's better. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. Me likey. Perfect. So we can now do some detail work. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove all the cover so I can actually see more of these bones. We can see this nice glow coming off of it, which looks really cool. So let's do some detail work. I have a good reference for some more realistic gold material. Let me just quickly pull it up so you can see it as well. This one. Do I have another one? This one maybe? Maybe this one as well. Oh, what about this one? No. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna use this one as well. So, this one is not really... You can't really see that many details. You can see some scratches that I definitely want to add. You can see the general color. Our color is a little bit different. So we're gonna go to the other references that kind of give us some more detail. This one, for example. Although this one is also more like highlights, which kind of adapt the structure that was there before. Let's see what else do we have here. That's the main reference, I think. especially back here we can see this cut with this texture. I want to give this metal a universal like roughness, similar to what we did for the sculpt. So let's go into the bumps. I don't think we need this noise texture anymore, so we're gonna remove it. Now it's perfectly clean. It is time to destroy it. I think we don't need this roughness map anyway as well, so it's perfectly clean now. Let's destroy it and make it let's make it dirty. So basically the same workflow that we did for the sculpt material as well, adding bump map, like adding bumps, surface imperfections, adding color variations, and adding glossiness variations. That's what the plan is for all these materials. Let's do the bumps first, because the bumps kind of impact the surface or like the material the most. Usually I want to make this like a not really brushed gold, but still a little bit like, oh, that could be cool. Giving it this nice, like, I don't even know what you would call this, just this basic imperfection. Let's see. Show me. I need to see it. Oh, what is that? I don't even know what is going on here. It looks like lava. Wait, what is that? Okay. Maybe... Wait, what did I do? Is it too strong? I guess. Yeah. Okay, well. Okay. It looks cool, but it's not really what I wanted. So the max could be 0.5, and then the blacks could be bumped up higher to a point where it looks good. A little bit less, a little bit less. 4.9. Okay. 4.99. Oh, look at that. That's still too much. Yeah, look at that. Just first of all, I want to just bring in like a general small little surface imperfection. The gold is like perfectly smooth. It still has like these small bumps. I also want to bring in like maybe a mask to reduce, to make it not universally like rough, but just in certain parts. So I'm going to move this hand a little bit over here, and you can see what happens. You get this nice, you get some smooth parts, some parts are like these, like rough. That is exactly what I wanted. Okay, perfect. I want to make this even. Oh, okay. 0.7. Maybe even 0.8. Very, very subtle. Yeah, that's good. So that's going to be the first layer of bumps. Now I'm going to add scratches. Because no metal is perfect. It needs scratches as well. So we need some... I don't know if I want to use my scratch node group because it's quite heavy, or it requires a lot of calculations. So I don't know if it's really worth it for this material. We could maybe create our own small little scratches, similar to what I did for the gold material before, or the gold material we adapted, or yeah, imported. I need oh, no, that doesn't work. I think I'm going to use a noise texture. Yeah. So let's customize this noise texture. First of all, I need a color ramp to kind of distinguish, kind of to see better what this texture looks like. Okay, so I need more detail, definitely. More roughness. Not too much though. More like this. Distortion as well. Ooh. Okay. So I'm just gonna separate these small little dots, these darkest points basically, to get these small little imperfections. They're pretty simple to set up, just using a noise map or a noise texture. Easy peasy. And there you go, we have some imperfections. We can still customize them a little bit, for example with a math or mapping node. Changing the scale, for example. To stretch the texture. Exactly like that. And we get these nice scratches. Now, if we use this and add it to the bump map, we can get some scratches. The usual procedure, you're just using mix RGB, putting it to multiply, and then bringing in the second texture. Takes a while to load, of course. And there you go. We have some scratches. They're a little bit too big, so I'm going to adjust them. Change the scale. Okay. Maybe we should use generated rather than object. Let's see. Yeah, maybe that works better. Also, what I want to do is I want to decrease the strength because it's pretty strong right now. By just changing the color, of course, to something closer to gray. Okay, apparently that doesn't work. Wait, what? What? Okay, let's keep it there. Okay. I need a gold, like a real life gold reference, otherwise this looks kind of weird. Gold. Okay, what is a good reference? This apple looks pretty good. Not really high resolution, so we can't really see the details. That's a good apple. Hell yeah. Okay. Time for another reference. There you go. Oh. So we see this gold. I guess that is like laced in gold or whatever. There's like gold on top of this apple, or it's like just a CGI object, whatever. You can see this general. Yeah, this texture, which is the first layer we've added. Hold on, where's my... Okay, maybe we should remove the distortion. I think that's better without the distortion. Yeah, maybe also increase the strength a little bit. Oh. Like that. Could work. I don't think the scratches look that good, so I'm gonna remove them. they're too strong. I think keeping this gold material pretty clean helps with the feeling of like improvement and like enhancement. So I'm just gonna add this single roughness texture, maybe even dial back this smoothness. What about inverting this? Using a B-spline now? That's an interesting question. I've never seen a cockroach in my life, so I don't know how I would handle them. I guess I would just I don't know, like grab my good old insect glass, put them in there, and then throw them out over the porch. I don't know. There are no cockroaches where I live, so I've never seen a cockroach in my life. Is there like a certain technique you're supposed to do or whatever? Can you like talk to them or like, oh, okay. I heard they're pretty hard to kill. How did you do it? Tell me your magic trick. Your magic solution. Maybe at some point I need it. Yeah, I guess I would just grab my insect glass and then, or insect jar, put them in there and then throw them out. They're not that big, so they should fit in there. So that's what I would do. I'm a pretty altruistic person when it comes to killing insects. I remember back in the day in what is it? In kindergarten. Oh, okay. Seems like it works pretty well then. I remember I remember this video that I saw at some point where somebody either thought he had pesticide or like anti-insect spray in his hand, or he just wanted to test it and he sprayed the cockroach with blue color. So then he made a video like showing how like there's this small little blue dot running over his carpet, like fleeing. This bright blue, baby blue cockroach running everywhere. Running everywhere. Yeah, I think like trying to squash them doesn't really work because they're like so flat and so, I guess, dense that you can't really, or hard, that you can't really kill them that way. Oh no, you inhaled some of that spray. Are you getting lightheaded? I think I'm going to use my, what is it? The fingerprint texture for my, for some roughness, for a roughness map. Let's see if that works. I remember my mom bought this, so she was always like annoyed that there are all these spiders coming into our house. So she decided at some point that she wanted to get some of that, like also some like like this super aggressive anti-insect spray that you could just spray somewhere, and then I guess no insect dares to go like over that, like over that spray. But there were like, first of all, the bottle was like super bright gray, like this warning sign color, and then on the bottle it said like super toxic, only use outside. Don't inhale. Use like a mask or whatever to not to make sure you're not inhaling it. Don't put it on your hands. Don't put it on your skin. And like all these warning signs. And I was like, dude, what is that? Is that like some sort of chemical weapon that you spray onto our porch just so that there's no spider getting into our house? I don't even know if it worked, but I remember the smell like super. It smelled similar to when you are in a hotel and then there's this, like the cleaning lady comes and like cleans the bathroom. That's kind of the smell that of this spray. So it didn't really smell that good, but I mean, I guess it worked. It smelled pretty effective, I would say. Okay, let's see if this works. Color into roughness. Show me. Ooh, wait, where is it? I can't see it. I think I want to... Oh, what is this? That's a weird reflection. Okay, hold on. I want to remove the bump map real quick just to see. Okay, so where are the fingerprints? I can't see them. Maybe we have to first unwrap all these pieces. I guess we could do that real quick. Sphere projection, there you go. Let's do it for this one first and then we can do the other ones. I actually like this clean look pretty... I think it looks pretty good. Like this very, very clean gold. But I don't know if that looks like super realistic. I think I want to add like a small imperfection to it. Just very, very small. This, I think that's too much. That's definitely too much. Maybe we could just add like these small little dots so that there are like some imperfections, but they're not that frequent. They're just these small little patches. That might work. Yeah, that's pretty good. Maybe increase this now. Not too much though. It's still supposed to be pretty clean. Yeah, I like that. A little bit too much. Okay, let's see it without and with. I like it pretty. I don't know. I'm gonna remove it for now. Maybe I'm gonna add it later. Maybe it looks too unrealistic. So I think in this view, in this, what is it, material preview, there's a certain glare already applied to the material. Glare basically meaning like a glow around the object. So if the object is very reflective, it kind of glows if you shine light on it. That's why it looks kind of glowy. Right now what I'm trying to get at is this texture. It doesn't really work that well. Maybe we need my good old math note. Increase the value. There it is. Haha. Oh my god. Okay, that looks pretty cool, but not really what I wanted. you know, I like it like that, but these huge like blobs that just look so, that are like so rough, I kind of want to bump them down. Maybe using a color ramp might work. Which one are they? Are those the ones that are dark or white? Okay, white. I cannot see that emoji. I just see what you see in the chat. Ah. Okay, let's see. Multiply, remove. Okay, what is it? Okay, that's what it looks like without a reference map. That's what it looks like with a reference map. Elbow cuff. Hold on, let me see. Is that a YouTube, like a YouTube exclusive emoji? Let me see if I can find it on Google. What is it? Elbow cuff. Elbow cup emoji. There are multiple ones. There is like elbow cuff, there's elbow bump, dot the 5 or do the 5, chill with dog, chill with cat, good vibes, hydrate, learning, sanitizer, sheltering, social distancing, stay home, take out, thanks doc, virtual hug, wash hands, you got this. Wait, are they on Windows as well? I don't think so. Let's see. No, I don't think I can. Can I even look for them? No. Okay, well. Yeah. They don't work, unfortunately. I don't know. This texture looks weird. I want to use a procedural texture, I think. I think that'll look better. So I'm gonna probably use a musgrave texture. Hello. Look at that. Adding some detail to it. Dimension. Ooh. Okay. Maybe not FBM. What about the other ones? Maybe they give us a better result. Multifractural. Ooh. Interesting. Squiggly lines. Terrain. Okay. I think the first one was actually pretty promising. Yeah, exactly like that. Perfect. Okay. So now if we bring this into the roughness, include the shader, it does nothing. Perfect. Wait, what? Why is it still perfectly clean? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, wait, what? Okay, what if I flip these two? Ah. Wait, what? But I want to invert this color. So first of all, I need to set this to something lower. That's maybe the maximum. Maybe 0.2. Oh, that's quite a lot. Let's put it to 0.15. Okay. This black. It's not really that visible though. You know, the more I play around with these settings, the more I kind of think the completely clean look looks the best. So it's probably gonna stay pretty clean. Like that. Yeah, I think I like that. I think I actually like that. So I'm gonna leave it like this. You can see some scratches here, which also, I don't know, it looks pretty good here. I wanna get some scratches in there. I don't wanna make it too crazy. Maybe we could use the road the road texture again. The one that I used yesterday for some scratches. Asphalt clean. 4K, of course. What else? Okay. Let's see. So we're gonna put that in there first. Before I do that though, I need to use a converter. Let's put that into the height and see what it gives us. Oh, perfect. Okay. Okay, so first of all, what I want to do is I want to separate this part. Hold on, let me bring this color in. So I want to only have these very long lines that we also have in the the exact opposite, so flip colors. Well, that didn't work. Wait, what? Okay, we have to invert it again. Like that. Exactly. Oh, that's quite close together. Yeah, like that. Look at that. Okay. There are some smaller like dots and like some spray. I don't know, maybe we could use that as well. Let's see what it looks like. I think that looks pretty good. Just this very, very subtle, natural looking, like, you know, natural looking imperfection. I think I like it. Maybe we could change the size. Maybe to something like 0.5. Ooh. Yeah, looks pretty good. The only problem is now there are bumps that go out, so we have to invert them. I guess we could say invert. There you go. Easy. Perfect. Yeah, so it looks clean when you look from afar, but the closer you get, the more you see the imperfections. Perfect. Now we still have to... Oh, we have to link these two back to this material. There you go. Wait, wasn't there like a bone material? Bones. Do we need that bone material? I don't care. We're gonna call it gold. Okay, are there more parts that are not applied? Okay, so the next part will be we need to somehow or like set the UV maps right for all these objects. So the best way to do that would probably be to show the texture and then see which objects can it stretch and then change their UV map. This one, for example, looks kind of weird. The easiest way we could fix this one. So what I plan on doing is just go in here and into edit mode, select everything. Oh, we haven't even applied the modifiers yet. Oh, that's interesting. How about we do that? Then we go in here and do cube projection maybe. And look at that, looks way better than before. Perfect. That's an interesting deformation though. What is this? What happened here? I mean, we can't really see it because it's like under the cover, but it looks kind of weird. So for these ones, it should be pretty simple. It's kind of stretchy right now, especially back here. You can see some hard stretching. So we can go in here and select everything and go ahead and say cylinder projection. That's an interesting projection. Maybe not cylinder. What about cube projection? Looks better. Looks pretty good actually. Yeah, no real stretching going on. This part is kind of weird, but it's okay, I think. It doesn't have to be perfect because it's like underneath the cover, and it's like such a subtle effect that it doesn't have to be like 100% perfect. I'm not reaching or trying to get it, like I'm not reaching for perfection. I'm just trying to find a good result that'll look good in the end. I'm just going to do that for all the objects. I think cube projection fits pretty well for all of them. We have this bold. We could maybe use a sphere projection on that, yeah. Okay, let's do that for all of them. We can see some intense stretching right here. I guess we have to apply all the subdivisions and all that to really do something about that. I think now it's time to apply all the subdivisions or all the modifiers. We're not going to change them anymore. We're past that, so we can go ahead and apply everything. Let's hide the muscle for now. Okay, so I can see all the other parts underneath. Oh, apply these as well. Yeah, it's always cool to see all the new emojis whether that is like YouTube or WhatsApp that they introduce. Sometimes it's like, usually they're pretty useless, most of them, but at least like one or two you kind of think like, oh, that could be pretty useful. Most of them are pretty useless. You're never going to use them, but yeah, with some of them, exactly like for example, I think the best add-on was probably like the thinking emoji. I think that is one of them that I used quite a lot, and I think that even got added like last year. That's one of those emojis that is like was actually useful. Then you have like others that kind of just are like a slight variation from previous expressions, which don't really like add more to it. It's just like a variation, I guess. If you want to have like a different looking, I don't know, suffering emoji, you can grab that one. Or if they change when they change the, what is it, the gun emoji to a water gun to make it more PG. But then they still have like this knife. I think the knife even has like blood on it. I think there's still an emoji that isn't really represented in all the emoji like in the or emoji compendium right now, which is the like this Twitch emote, like, oh my god, like that, like grabbing your forehead, whatever, holding your head, worrying or whatever. But it's, I think there is no real like there's no emoji that kind of captures that essence. So that's the only emoji that I'm kind of missing. Hopefully there's something coming at some point. Always fun to go through the new emojis, even if I don't use them. I wonder if there's like a well, that just looks weird. Hold on, you just see that closer. Isn't that more like this house symbol? Like you have like a roof over your head, rather than like, oh my god, I'm screwed. It doesn't capture the essence. The dude looks too happy. I need something else. I also like the one emoji that I actually kind of like is the otter, or like the hold on, let me see if I can find it. Animals, where are animals? This one. Wait, where are all the animals? Oh, there they are. Yeah, this one where he's like swimming on his back. Looks cute. Reminds me of this YouTube video with the two otter swimming next to each other, holding hands. Let's see. Oh no, another commercial? Oh no, okay, hold on. Let's see. First advertisement, of course. Oh. Okay, interesting. You see, that is like the most boring. I mean, it looks pretty cool, like in terms of advertisement, but it's still like not as creative or like, I guess, daring or whatever. Oh. Hold on, can you hear it? No, you can't. No, you can. Where are you? Morning greeting otter. Oh, there he is. You mean the squeaking sound? Oh. Cute. We have this, I guess, otter zoo where they not only have like otters, but also like similar, I guess, like animals, but it's like called the otter center, or like otter center. hold on, I want to show you. I can't remember what it's called. What are the long boys called? The running sausages. What are they called again? Weasel in styrofoam foam. Look at that.
And he's like, I'm trying.
Oh, oh,
I'm
oh,
trying
oh,
to get in the box, but I can't.
oh.
My butt's too big. Come here, Volker.
And then first they can't get in because they're too long. He just can't get over it. He's trying.
That's the poor fat guy.
Okay, look at them. First of all, they're just inspecting, and then woo, woo, woo,
Oh my god.
digging through the bat. I love how we kind of wait. Hold on. Oh,
That's
okay.
the poor fat guy.
Thanks, Papa. And then oh, you just sing. Oh, pretty cool. Oh, woo! He even opens his mouth.
Look at him, he's like, oh my god.
Oh, they're both down there. Oh,
I was just about to say,
One's
I don't even know where
poking out.
Simon is right now.
yeah. So we had similar pets before. They were called gerbil, I think you can call them, like these desert mice that kind of do the same. You create this layer of wood chips, or like this very small, like small grinded wood,
I don't think they're trying to get out.
or like small,
Oh,
like
I guess
yeah,
that makes-
very small wood chips, I guess. And so they can create like these tunnels, and you would like make like this layer, and then they would just dig, and then you have like this burr underneath, and then at some point they would like dig everything, or you could like destroy everything again, and then they would do the same again, or like you would give them like toilet paper, and they would completely destroy it, use it for their home. It was actually pretty cool.
He's like, your weight is not advantageous in here. You see.
Oh. I wonder if I have another video. I can't remember. Trying to bite. Yeah. Oh. Hold on. Wait. Maybe I can even pull them up. What are they called? Gerbil. There they are. Look at him. Cute little boy.
Das eine Gerät ist
Oh
neu
yeah. Well,
Stand.
that's not the cute little boy. Hold on. There he is. Look at him. Yeah, they would like they're basically like small meerkats, like a mix between meerkats and mice. You could see like they gave him like toilet paper or old like paper wrapping or whatever, and they would just destroy it, use it for their home, dig these tunnels, or you could even give them fruits. Oh, even children. No, we never got children, but or like kids. I think we had 4 male gerbil. They would always hold their food, eat it, sit there. Oh, small little baby boy. Yeah, and we also created this labyrinth for them, where we like have like this labyrinth, and then on top we that's exactly how ours looked, with this black and white like pattern on them, and we created this labyrinth, and we put a plastic glass, I guess, panel on it so we can see through, and they would like run around. You can see them, and we put some treats in some of the spots, and they would like run around and like find all the spots. It was pretty cool. Do you know this YouTube channel? What was it called? Hamster eating tiny food. There he is. There's like someone creating this, like the scenery that is the size of an hamster. Like for example, hold on, let's switch to most like highest popularity. Yeah, eating tiny burritos. That's what I saw before. He would create this small little scene, then he would like introduce his hamster to the whole thing. So he would first like show how he would make these small burritos. Look at him. And then he would make this small little scene. And there he is. The judge. The jury. Where's my burrito? There he is. Then zip, 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 and it's gone. And another one. Yep. Pretty cute. Yeah, like if they hold something like nuts or anything, and they sit there and little paws. Do you even call them paws or rather hands? I don't know. I also like. I wonder why. Like, I heard people talk about like, oh, mice are so cute, but then they look at rats and like, ew, rats are so ugly. Rats, or maybe not ugly, but rats are so disgusting. And I'm like, wait, what? You think mice or like hamsters are cute, but how are rats not cute? They're like the exact opposite, but just a little bit bigger. They look exactly like mice, but just a little bit bigger. So what makes them like disgusting? I mean, maybe it's like, I think it's just a certain stigma that rats have. I think there's a certain, like a big difference between, of course, domesticated rats and like, again, like sewer rats, I guess. People just think of rats like these sewer dwelling animals that like are full of diseases and eat trash all day, or like dig through trash and all that stuff. But like they're basically just mice but bigger. They're too long. Hold on. Let's compare a mouse. Okay, I'm gonna show you a mouse and then I'm gonna show you a rat, and you're gonna tell me if you can see the difference, or if you can tell me which one's which. Okay, that's a mouse. Well, that's kind of small. Hold on. Okay. Okay, I have an image for mouse, for mice. Let's grab a rat. Okay, that's this one. That's perfect. Okay. Okay, so let's do the comparison. We have my number 2 and number 1. Just gonna mix them so you don't know which one's which. Okay, is one number red? Is one number red? Is one number 1 the rat, or is number 2 the rat? Who knows? Okay, I mixed them up. So let's switch to there. So, which one's which? Is that... Are those rats? Or is this a rat? What do you think? Is this a rat? Or is this a rat? Or a mice? Whatever. Do they at all look different? Who knows? Can you tell the difference? Both are white. Both have red eyes. Both have fur. Both have whiskers. Both have ears. Both have feet and small little hands. You can see him trying to high five. What do you mean again? I'm switching. Left is red, this one? You mean this one's a red? Or you mean this one? So this one's 1. That's number 2. You mean those ones are rats? Look him close and look close into his eye. Do you think this is a rat? Hold on, where's my bar? There it is. Do you think this cute boy could be a rat? Or do you think these cute boys could be a rat? Okay, the results came in. You are wrong. That's a rat. So you cannot tell me that this one looks different to this one. Maybe you could say like they have like a more of a skinny or like scaly, or like the just because of their size, the tail is just, I guess, chunkier or whatever. But those are mice. Let's look at a few more images. Mouse. Well, of course not the computer mouse. So this one, that was the first image I saw. That was the one I picked. There you go. Look at him. There you go. So those are mice, and then you have the rat. Look at him. He's trapped. Don't you want to help him? He's crying out for help. Look at him. We're holding his hands together, sitting there, shy. You cannot tell me that he isn't cute. And they look almost exactly like, they look almost the same. Just this one's a little bit smaller. Maybe the head is a little bit shorter. It's a little bit more round, you know? Like, hold on, is there like a side view? Yeah, so this one is like a smooth curve, and this one's more like a triangle. You can see like the small little edge right there, or like you know. I think this one's actually kind of more cute than him, because he has more character with his small little, like, his head has like just more detail, I guess. Look at him. You know, the only rats everybody kind of thinks of are like these well, this one. Like these rats. Look at him, he's so cute. But he's trapped. They actually like went there. That was actually like in Germany. They there was like a rat trapped on this what is it called? Whatever, and this thing. And then they tried to push it out just to free him. See? Even those were kinda cute. We actually sometimes have rats under our porch. And then we have to either, oh yeah, that's what you think about. Like this this thing. We actually had like a few I think we had 3 mice so far under our porch, and then 2 rats. So yeah, I don't think you can see like a big difference. You just think, oh, a rat, and you have like these what are the preconceived notions of what a rat is supposed to look like or what it's supposed to do, and then you think like, oh, they're so dirty, they're so, I don't know, ugly, whatever. But in the end, they look almost exactly the same. So you cannot tell me that just because the tail is longer, you cannot even see the tail, right? I mean, yeah, maybe the tail is a little bit longer, but I think it just appears more. Yeah, I've seen pretty big rats. I've just recently googled like huge rat. I think they can be even like this big, which is even better than you can even like cuddle with them. And I think they're even like pretty smart and pretty loyal. The problem is, of course, with like smart animals, that they're getting bored pretty quickly. So with owls, for example, owls are like a pretty complex or like hard animal to take care of, because they're getting like, if you give them like toys, they get bored really quickly. So you have to give them new stimuli like every month or so, which can probably be quite exhausting. Or you just give them a PC and then just play games every day. Teach them how to play games. There was actually like a, what is it called? A demonstration of the new Neuralink technology from, yeah, I think the company is even called Neuralink. Neuralink is supposed to be able to connect to your brain, so that if your brain thinks about an action, you don't have to do the action, but it could still happen, basically by this object or this device being able to read your mind. And they showed that by using a monkey playing a game. So the monkey played Pong, and I think how they teach that monkey to play Pong is they had this joystick in front of him, and he was controlling one of the players, of course, and then by moving it, of course, he could move the smaller, like the cube or the bar on one of the sides. He could move it with this joystick, how you would play a game, of course. And every time he would block the ball, he had this tube right in front of him, and every time he would block the ball, through the tube he would get like a small treat, basically a banana, or like a crushed banana, just like a liquid banana, whatever. He would get that every time he would block the ball, so he would be incentivized to play the game to get more like treats. So what they did was they first of all showed the monkey playing the game, and then afterwards they showed the monkey playing the game, just exactly the same scene basically, but the joystick was deactivated. The monkey thought he would control the joystick, but the Neuralink they've installed into his brain actually catched the thought of him moving the joystick in a certain direction, which then got translated into the exact movement that he would do using his actions, and he would like use the Neuralink to do the action, like without him knowing, of course, because he just thinks about the action, and the action would then be executed on, which actually was pretty cool. This way you could, for example, I don't know if that really works, or if that could work, but I think they made an example with amputees. If somebody lost, for example, their hand or their fingers, Neuralink could help, like you could give them a mechanical hand or like a, what is it called? A pros, not prosthesis, whatever. And you can control your fingers as if you would control them as if they were still there. So the Neuralink could basically act as if, like, act as a replacement for the muscles that were there before. Now they're like, now it's like a machine, and the machine's connected to your brain, and you don't have to like use some sort of mechanism. You just do it by thinking about moving your fingers. The problem with that, I think, is I wonder if you can still like think about using your fingers if you've already lost your fingers for a long time. If you can still think about moving your fingers, and you can actually move it. Because I think if you, for example, if you're blind, you don't know what colors are. If you are deaf, you don't know what somebody sounds like. If you don't have fingers, you don't know how to move your fingers. So could you add fingers, and you would probably also forget how to move your fingers. So could you actually recover or still think about moving your fingers without having real fingers? That's the question that I have. If that works, then of course. Or maybe it works in a way where you just basically you think, I'm gonna move this finger, and then the Neuralink kind of translates that into zip. I don't know. Definitely an interesting topic. Okay, we're almost done, finally. Sphere projection, other side, sphere projection, there you go. Do we have any more? This one? Yeah, why not? What do we have here? Oh, we have to still convert this. Convert into mesh, there you go. Ooh. What could be best? Cube projection? No. Or does it work? I mean, it works pretty well, so I'm gonna keep it. We have these bones as well. I'm just gonna do a quick cube projection maybe. Yep. Easy. Okay, perfect. We have these ones up here as well. I guess, what is that? Maybe cube projection, I guess. Let's just go through the options. Cylinder. Oh, I mean, cylinder looks cool, but it's not really useful in any way, shape, or form. Okay. Perfect. Let's go back to the original material. Maybe you've already forgotten, but this is supposed to be gold and not black. Actually, pretty funny fun fact. If you can of course add lights to the scene in Blender, you can also add black holes into the scene in Blender. So you could, for example, set the power of a light to a negative value, which means that it subtracts or it takes away light. Hold on, maybe I can show it to you. So I think that's a good start. Look at that. I think that's a cool color for this gold part. So the muscles will I'm gonna do the muscles next. Let's bring in the retopology. Hold on, I'm gonna go to rendered view. I think that's better. Oh yeah, I want to see this. I want to see this gold shader in the render as well. Oh. Maybe we have to make it a little bit more rough, because usually if you have like either glass materials or glossy materials, their look depends a lot on their environment. Right now you can see it looks very, very dark because there's nothing that it could reflect. Or, yeah, that it could reflect. So maybe if we increase the roughness, that could help. Maybe not too strong. Hold on, let me remove the cover so I can see the hand. Yeah, that might work. That might work. Yeah, you see it's way darker than what it was in the, what is it, material preview. You can see this one's like super glossy and super saturated, but because there's not like that much in the scene, we don't have anything to like bounce off of. We could maybe fix that. Let me look on this one. We can see there's something in the background for this one, but the background is still black. So what we could try is we can go into the world settings, put in lighting there. You can see now we have this, yeah, some lighting in the scene, which will probably, the problem is it'll kind of intersect with what we see. Or no, with the lighting that we have in the scene. It'll just make everything like brighter. That's the problem. So we cannot do that. Yeah, that could work. The after image, because it takes so long to render. Okay. Okay. I want to render this real quick just to see what it looks like rendered, and then yeah, let's see. Let's go to the next slot. Let's save real quick. There you go. And render. Oh, that's a problem. We have to bring back the retopology for the render, of course. Let's try again. Okay. Four minutes. Okay. I mean, we could compare some more rats. Oh, 5 minutes. Okay. Do you want to go even higher? We can kind of now see how long the end result's gonna take. I mean, I'm probably gonna bump up the samples even more, and I'm also not gonna render it on stream. Of course, like 50 minutes rendering. I don't want to do that on stream. I think that's like a waste of time. But yeah, 6 minutes. Still going up. What is going on here? Feeling like I'm getting scammed. Please. 6 minutes. Come on. Let's half. Let's put the sampling in half. Okay. Oh, no, okay. Hold on. Oh, what is this? What are these? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I know that one. I mean, I guess if we do like if we do like long renders, we can watch some videos while that's just rendering. We can go through my favorites favorite videos playlist. Hold on. Where is it? I want to show you one of them. Where's the chair? Where's the chair? There. Nope, not this one. There it is. Oh. Oh my god. I don't know what their mission was, what they're trying to do, but I think they tried to break the chair.
It's almost, if I were here.
Maybe you've seen this one before.
Go for it. Go
That's probably one of the funniest videos I've seen so far.
Oh, it's gonna hurt. Don't be scared.
Absolutely annihilating that chair.
Here. Oh, that's insanity. Go for it. Go for gold. YOLO, right? YOLO. Oh, it's gonna hurt. Don't be scared.
With the added sound to it. And
Yo,
then this one as
Spunky,
well.
what are you doing, dog? You sniffing ass?
He's completely high.
Yo, Spunky, what are you doing, dog? You sniffing ass?
Okay, is there any more? Oh, this one. A rat. Zup. Da-da-da-da. I wonder if small animals can actually survive these falls. Or if she maybe even jumped like onto the wall, like try to climb or like try to get grip on the wall. Okay, what is this? Yeah. Yeah.
You raise me
See the, you can see the dust. trying to rip it out. Hold on, let me go back. Oh, the render's still not done. Wait, how much time is left? 15 seconds. Okay, we have time for one more video. Oh yeah, this one. That one is also one of the funniest ones. Dude. When you know that it's coming. One more time. Dude, what do you have to eat? What do you have to eat to get to that level?
Women only like jerks.
Okay, one more.
Ciao Sammy. Qual è il tuo preferito?
Classic. Okay. I love how cats always like tell you that they're gonna do it, but you just stay there. You want them actually to do it. And they're like, oh well, I mean, if you want it, then okay. So using this white material actually makes this glow even stronger. So we kind of have to account for that, I guess. But I like this color now. I think the reflections actually look pretty good. They're not too bad. They show enough, I think. Yeah, so I like this. I like it. So the next part would be probably the muscle. I have a pretty specific idea for the muscle, so let's see if we can actually do that. Let's compare it to the other ones. You can see, let's compare the glow. The glow is super strong in this one because it's like pure white and super reflective. Of course, there are no arms for these two. Oh, we forgot the cloth, like the cloth as well. Oh, she's like, okay, it's just chilling. Okay, a little bit brighter, and then, oh, where's my clothing? Oh, it's gone. And back. Okay, yeah. So let's go to the muscle. I think that the shoulder would be the best candidate to see the muscles. I'm gonna remove everything else real quick. Okay, just to focus on the shoulder. So let's see if that actually works, what I want to do. We have to convert, I think I have to convert all of those. Do I? Let's see if I don't have to. So let's see. So I need a gradient texture. Okay, so you can see nothing. Of course. What if I use UV? Ah, okay, we're getting there. Now we need to change the mapping node. So that's the biggest question that I have right now. If I change the rotation. Okay, perfect. If we set this to 90. Wait, hold on. Negative 90? What does that look like? Oh, hello. Looks pretty good. The problem... Oh, wait. Oh, that is perfect. So now, let's... Can I... Oh, yeah, hold on. There you go. So I've separated this one from the other. Now, what we can do is we can use this gradient texture to create blocks. I'm going to show you what I mean. We're going to use the color ramp, put that in there. And then we're going to set it to constant. Now everything's black. If we bring this back, we can see nothing because it starts right there. Ooh, and then it turns around, goes all the way around. Ooh, and then it reaches the end. So how we're going to use this is we're going to make a border around the center of this muscle. So what we're going to do is we're going to increase this first, maybe up to there. Yeah, that looks pretty good. We're going to then set this, put this into the middle. We're going to make another white one right there. We're going to make it roughly as wide as this part. Like this. Perfect. We're going to do the same right there. Have to get a little bit closer. There you go. So right there. That looks sort of similar. Yeah. We need black. Put it over there. And there you go. Now we have the border on both sides. We want to have the same. Oh wait, what is that? Oh yeah, okay. We want to have the same at the top and at the bottom as well. So the easiest way to do that would just be to copy this, duplicate it actually. We're gonna reset the rotation. We're gonna bring this in. You can see what happens, and we can already see what I wanted to do, and it's actually almost perfect. We just have to remove this white handle, and then we have to adjust the width. Perfect. Other side, the other end. There you go. Now we can combine these two by just going in here and using Mix RGB. Color in there, color in there. And we set it to, what is it? Maybe multiply? Could multiply work? Nope. We need divide. Nope. What about add? I think add works. Aha, look at that. Easy. So now we have a nice border around the center. And now we can add something to the center. What, you might ask? I am wondering the same. I have an idea, and I want to know if that actually works. So, let's see if it works. So we need a magic texture. I haven't used that one before, I think, ever. So that's what a magic texture looks like. We can change the distortion as well. I want to keep it pretty tame. I don't think a magic texture works, so I'm gonna hold on. What if we change the depth? I don't think a magic texture will work. What about... hold on, I want to experiment with this. No, I don't think so. We need something else. I guess the easiest one to use would be a wave texture. Perfect. Increase the scale. Okay, that is perfect. Should we use bands or rings? Nope, let's use bands. Sine, saw looks kind of different. You can see right there. Looks already pretty cool, but I like the sine look more. Let's use sine. And then we're going to use the same texture. We're going to combine the two. First of all, I need to change this rotation. What about using Y? Does that work? Nope. Z, maybe even. Yeah, Z is perfect. We have to use a certain mapping though, which will be UV on both of them, so we can make sure that the texture isn't moving when we move the object. That could happen with generated an object. Yeah, looks pretty good. Okay, so now we can combine the two using converter color ramp. Nope, not color ramp. I must misspoke. Color mix RGB using multiply. Look at that. Ooh, nice fiber. That's exactly what I wanted. And then we can use the border using another add color node. Look at that. Da-da-da. Now what we can do is we can grab this and put it in there as a bump map. You know what? Before I do that though, I want to change this. I want to invert this. Then I need to do a few more changes. I'm not going to use it as a bump map first. I wanted to use it as a alpha map first. But before I do that, I want to invert this. Perfect. Then I need a color ramp. Okay, let's see. Color ramp. There you go. We can bump up the blacks. There you go. We get this nice fiber mesh. Look at that. Ooh. Okay, now we can use this. Now let's set it to constant. You know, no, I'm gonna set it to ease. There you go. And now what we can do is we can put this into the bump map using a bump node, color into height, normal into normal. Let's see what it looks like. Ta-da! Wait, what? Why is there the bump on the outside as well? I can have to max out. Can I somehow max out the value? I guess if I use another color ramp, maybe. Aha, easy. Look at that. Easy. We can see these nice bumps. Now to enhance the look, we're going to use this color ramp also in the alpha socket. If my calculations are correct, it looks like this. Black. Because now if we move to rendered view, you can see it is transparent. Ooh. It might be a little bit too thin, so I'm going to increase the fiber. Oh, wrong handle. Maybe more like this. Yeah, easy. Look at that. That's what I call a muscle. A mechanical muscle. Where's the color? The color's still in there, but it looks black. Why is it black? Oh, because there's nothing else in the scene. Look at that. That's what I call a mechanical muscle. Easy to set up and is immediately works. Except for these two. Why do they look so weird? Didn't I use UV nodes? No, generated. Oh no. For the wire. Okay, well, I guess we have to change a few settings. Okay, let's try that again. Wait, why is there nothing in here? Ah, there it is. But that still works, doesn't it? Oh, what is that? Okay, let's try again. Okay, we have this one. And then we have the... I guess we could use X as well. But we just... Oh. We just rotate it a little bit by 90 degrees, I guess. Not on this axis. Not on this one. On the Z. 90 degrees. Okay, well, that's probably too far. No. But it's kind of distorted. Okay, I want to make this diagonal as well, so I'm going to just put it like this. Perfect. Okay, I want to change the scale as well, make it bigger. Let's put it to 95. 95.5. No, 0.4. Okay. Why is this one like stretched? I guess, what if we change the Y value a little bit? Yeah, that's better. Easy. Perfect. Okay. Now we can combine the two. Hopefully it works now. Easy, look at that. And now we can bring it back. Haha. Look at that. Easy, that's what I call a muscle. So the mechanic behind this is basically like that they're supposed to be, of course, flexible, so that's why it's this fiber mesh. We could maybe also make it like rubbery or metally, it depends on what we want to do. And then if muscles, of course, are supposed to stretch, or like they're supposed to stretch and bend and squash together, so that's what the fiber mesh is for. That was the idea behind it. I think I want to make the fiber a little bit stronger. I mean, a little bit thicker. Yeah, that's better. Yep, easy. Let's bring back the hand. The hand should work as well. Hold on, hand muscles. There they are. Why is there just the single tendon right there? Look at that. They're just, the shader works with all of them because they all have the same UV layout, except for maybe this tendon. Actually, it works there as well. Easy. Perfect. All the other muscles down there as well. Wait, hold on, where am I? There it is. Perfect. So this one is actually quicker than I thought. I mean, I already had like an idea of how it could work, and it actually worked exactly how I wanted it to work. So we saved some time there. We could maybe change their reflectivity maybe. Let's see. Let's bring back the cover as well as the bones. We need the shoulder. There you go. Okay, so we cannot really see the bones except for back here, which is okay. I think maybe the hand is a better example. You can see right there. Ooh, these fibers. Oh, they look so good in this. Look at it. They add so much more detail. They look so natural, or like so realistic. Hold on. Can we change this as well? I mean, it looks pretty good already, but we could maybe add some subsurface scattering, maybe 0.1. Oh, that's quite a change. This will make it more rubbery. I don't know if that really adds more to the look. I don't like subsurface scattering on this. I like this more. This looks more robust, more like hard rubber, which I like more. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so the next part will be the actual cover. So this part. So I wanted to do something. We could maybe do the we're inside the fiber. The fingerprints real quick. Although, yeah, let's see if we can do that. Okay, so we need to go to material preview. So the idea that I had was that I want to put in some sort of canvas texture. So let me see. I have a canvas texture. Let me just quickly pull it up, or import it rather. procedural, whatever. Material, weaver, maybe this one? Let's see what it looks like. That looks pretty good. I think that could fit, maybe. We have to, of course, first of all, I guess, unwrap this. Wait, what? Why doesn't it work? What are you trying to tell me? Where's the note? There it is. What is wrong? Wait, where's the... Oh, hello. So you can see that's not... I didn't set this up. That was someone way smarter than me. Does that work? It's loading. Please don't crash. Oh, yeah, well, it looks exactly the same. Where do you get your coordinate from? It looks so weird now. It's supposed to be procedural, but it's not procedural, because procedural means you can just apply it and it works, sort of. That doesn't make sense. What is going on? Woven UVs, okay. Vector. Oh, or maybe we should add a mapping node. That might help. Oh, well that... Wait, what? Why is it so stretched? What if we use another different projection, sphere projection? Okay. Oh, that looks pretty good. Cube projection. We have this weird pattern though on the side, like this seam. Can we not just fix that? Oh, hold on. I know what's wrong with it. Mark seam. Marked seam. That should work. Unwrap. Ah. What is that? I mean, we can still change it though. So that's what it's supposed to look like this fiber. I don't know why it's like converging right there, why it's just concentrating right there. There's some sort of focus point, I guess. I don't know why. Maybe we have to go into the UVs to see that. Where are my UVs? Show me the UVs. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's why it looks so weird. Why? Wait. Oh, I forgot to finish the... Ah. That's where the problem lies. Why don't you just tell me that? Oh, dude, come on. Okay. Now it should work. Ah, look at that. That's perfect. Okay, so let's put in like a very, very fine woven, I guess, canvas texture. First of all, I need to, so we can see we get this pattern there, which I don't really like that much. Can we change that? If we change the errors, if we make it to no errors, it looks like this. Fuzziness, we don't need fuzziness. Fibers. Okay. Distortion. Oh. Okay. I don't know if I like this. I think I like it more with there. Hold on. But it doesn't really work. Oh, maybe? No. I mean, this looks pretty cool, but it's not what I wanted. I wanted to have like a rather continuous thread. We could maybe try, there are multiple shaders in this shader pack of woven, I guess, canvas textures or shader. So we can just delete this one and try another one. Let's try number 2. Okay. I mean, yeah, we'll try. Yeah, I think this one looks cool. Like this very geometric shape. Looks like it's very, very grippy. Very, very, like, sticky. That's what I wanted. Maybe we definitely need to change the color. The threads can probably be bigger though. Maybe more fine. Like, let's put it to 3. Perfect. Do we need errors? I don't think so. We're gonna make it perfect. Look at that. Ooh. Do we need gaps? We don't need gaps. A little bit maybe. Kind of adds to the fiber feeling. Distortion? Nope. Fiber? Oh, we can add more. Yeah, perfect. Fuzziness? We don't need fuzziness. We're gonna make perfection. There you go. Okay, now we're gonna do the same with all the other fingerprints. I mean, fingerprints basically. Fingertips, whatever. What is that? What is you? Where do you come from? Okay. Okay, so we need to change the color. Where's the color? There's the color. Perfect. Let's make it white first. Zip. I'll make it a little bit grayish maybe to distinguish it from the rest. Yeah, like that. Maybe even gold? What does gold look like on here? Where's my color? it is. Give me my color. What is that? Wait, what was the gold color? Maybe this one? No, that's just... no. Does that look good? Should it be gold or should it be... I like a distinct... I like the difference in color, definitely. But I don't know which color it should be. Maybe this one? Let's see what that looks like. Maybe that's like a contrast that's just too big. There you go. There you go. I think that's too big of a difference. So I'm going to keep this probably grayish, more maybe gold. Let's see. Maybe black. No, black looks too crazy. That's another color added to the palette. Usually if you design stuff, it's good to stay in like 3 or 4, in the 3 or 4 range. Going over that kind of gets really distracting really quick. So I usually stay with 3 colors. Because that's like, you're safe if you do that. Okay. Let's try gold again. Maybe we could even grab this one right there. Let's see. Wait, where's... Oh, wait, what? I just copied notes. Where are they? Oh. Wait, where am I? Oh, there it is. Okay, so let's see if that works. Are you trying to break my PC? Hold on, I'll try it in a second. Oh yeah, I like this. I like this. This shimmer in there. Yeah, that looks really cool. I like this. I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it forever. We're not gonna really see the fingerprints, but I still like it, especially on this one. Yeah. Look at it. Look at it. Perfect. Clipboard history. Okay, hold on. There's no clipboard history for me. I think I disabled it? No. What is that? Okay, I clicked on it, nothing happened. Yeah, I don't think I have a clipboard history. Okay, I want to see this in rendered view. I don't know if the threads are too small. I want to make them a little bit bigger. Right now they're very small. Is there some sort of... Oh, there it is, value. That's better. 80. Now you can actually see the threads. That's perfect. Oh, of course we have to change the UVs on all the others. Let's go through that hassle. Oh my god, it's so annoying. You're trying to expose me with my clipboard history? I don't know. I've never seen that before, and I don't think I've disabled it, so I guess there's just nothing in there. Isn't that when you copy something? And then it's in there. I think that's I have like a similar function on my phone where I basically, now that I've typed in quick sketch number whatever so often, it's basically now saved in there, and I can just basically grab from my clipboard. What does a smart UV project look like? No, that doesn't work. Okay, well, I guess I have to do it manually. My god, please just cooperate with me. Oh no. Okay. It's not fun work, but it's still better than retopology. So I'll take it. More dynamic. Okay. A few more, then we're done with this. Oh, shiny. Okay, first hand done. Let's go to the next one. I think I'm gonna make the what is it, like the fingernails a little bit more shiny than the rest, as if they have like this makeup on them, or whatever you call them, like nail polish. Oh. Okay. Do a few more of these, and then we're done with the fingerprints. I kind of want to make a detailed render, or like a detailed shot of the hands, just to see all the detail that is in there. But that will probably take a while, so I'm not going to do it on stream. This one's done. This one's next. 2 more, and then we're done. Maybe we'll have to do the same for all the cover parts. Maybe, I don't know. We'll have to see. The cover parts will definitely require some more work if you want to add some I guess pattern onto it. Okay, one more. Oh no. Remove this edge right now. There you go. Okay, just a few more meters and then we're done. We're at the end of the marathon. We're close to stopping and getting some water. Oh no! I pressed A. Hold on, can I reach? Okay, perfect. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, easy. Okay, show me the rendered version. I need it. Need it in my life. Oh, I like this. Look at this small little socket. Let's look at the hand. Maybe on this side. Yeah, like a oh, look at this. Like from this angle, like a detail shot, or maybe from over here. There's like a lot of shadow right there. Maybe we could add another light. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, tomorrow will probably be about the cover, and then we've basically done all of the necessary materials. So then we can go ahead and, I mean, if we can finish the cover tomorrow. And then I'm maybe gonna add some more like smaller accessories so that we can have like more than just, hold on, more than just the arms. Just a few more accessories to make it look more interesting in the same style. Probably on her head, something. And then maybe I'm gonna add a base as well. Right now it's just like a plane. There it is. Just like a plane. Doesn't really do much. Isn't really fitting for the sculpt. But yeah, that's the current state. I really like the muscles, like the. Hold on, let me zoom in. This fiber on there, I like it. I like it. I really like it. I'm happy that it actually worked how I envisioned it. Yeah, we cannot see the back, but that's not too bad. It's coming together. Just a few more steps and then it's done. I think this looks a little bit too rough. I think maybe we'll adjust this one a little bit more. Yeah, perfect. So tomorrow we're gonna go dive headfirst into the cover parts. Gonna see what we're gonna do with those. I maybe thought about something similar to this hand, maybe these ornamental floral patterns. Maybe not. I want to see what kind of artistic or what kind of art style they've used back then for these kind of or yeah, in that era, so that it kind of stays in that era. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do tomorrow. Hope you enjoyed. Thanks for joining, thanks for listening, thanks for chatting as always. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. And yeah, take care.